Good morning, everybody, and hope everybody enjoyed the evening as much as I did. It was great to have the wonderful conversation, and Colonel Brody never ceases to amaze us, does he, with the critical pieces that he and the parts of his organization put together. And thankfully, he took the encore suggestion and came with Shenandoah. Actually, it was great moving. Actually, we obviously have a very full agenda today, and we'll jump right into it. But maybe Kevin, if you could, just any housekeeping items, and then maybe move us into the public comment.
Good morning. So just a reminder for the group, the White's team live through VMI channel as is required for board meetings. We'll be here throughout this morning, so no petitions necessary. At this point, we can shift into public comment. We had two individuals provide their comments in writing and disseminated to the board in order to proceed. They are Dave Condon, class of 72, and Carmen Villani, class of 76. Those letters are at your place. I believe some can be email well, and they've also been uploaded into the board online portal, as is every other communication we for our copies. Don't believe we had any registrants this morning for public comment. To pause and make sure that nobody here would get into address the board. Okay, so hearing none, I think that could effectively conclude the public comment period.
Well, as we've talked before, I think what we're moving towards now, sort of a couple of years into things, is our more traditional cadence in terms of public comment. This is the meeting for certainly verbal public comment. Individuals are always welcome to provide written correspondence, such as the one coming from Carmen Villani, but I will move to just one session a year where we do have that public comment, an open session comment. So again, for those that have submitted written comments, we appreciate it. We certainly take these seriously. We read them and we digest them, and we just appreciate this. We appreciate interest in the having. So with that, I think what we're going to do is move to the agency's presentation. David, you mind getting us started here? Good morning, and again, thank you for all that you and the team do to support the activities of the Institute.
To jump every.
Well, you know,
I appreciate it. Thank you all.
You jump to the front of the line. It's either that or we jump into FOIA training, and we decided, you know, listen, at least you're getting ahead of that.
I'm here today to talk about the partnership that we have. It's our mission across all the agencies to support in some way for cadets and VMI. I'll brief here today when we've talked about that part of our missions. There is an alumnus out there today that has talked about some part of the missions. We have reestablished a very robust partnership missions department. Our new cadet recruiting operating budget will double for FY24. Since February, we have hosted 19 college fairs across the country. For those who cannot get to the college fairs or on POD, VMI alumni 11 open houses across the in the engagement area. The VMI Alumni Association also had 113 events this fiscal year, consisting of the traditional events and also new cadet recruiting. Today, 104 young children who have registered for the Legacy Day, with 18 of them being between the ages of 15 and 18. The Cadet Club has hosted 5 team reunions, inviting back former athletes to engage with current coaches and cadets. Last year, we hosted a record number of reunions at 28. And the other thing we do is financial support. Of course, our mission is provide continuous financial stream of support for cadets and VMI. We do this in a number of ways. The VMI endowment is the main way that we do this. It doesn't happen without investment strategy and improving investment policy. Currently, the VMI Foundation, the VMI Alumni Agencies Board, and the Cadet Club have $645 million in that endowment. But we don't stop there. Every year we look at, or in your given year, and look how we can build new donors and funding. This year, the Cadet Club and the Compete to Win raised more than $250,000 with 540 donors, 93 first-time donors, and of that, 27%. This May 9 through 11, we hope you participate in VMI Foundation's Mission Endure, fundraising effort, which will be at things across the post, such as CLE, Cadet Life, academic advancement, and scholarship enhancement. In addition, the VMI Board of Trustees has offered up $1 million per year for the next 4 years for the incoming class of 2027. These call to duty scholarships allow us to target high quality ROTC cadets, bridge the gap between room and board. This initiative provides tremendous leverage for recruitment. The P fund currently stands at about $58 million. And next year we'll provide 8 P scholars, 3 P fellows, and 6 P chairs. Jackson Hope is about $23 million, which focuses on faculty development and recruiting, undergraduate research, entrepreneurship programs. Currently, we stand at $35 million of commitments, which is actually tracking above our 5-year average. In addition to some of the things that my association does with open houses, we are also re-energizing our chapters post-COVID. Again, we saw numbers drop down. We're re-energizing those and refreshing the role for regional directors. The spring reunion attendance was up with many first-time attendees to the reunion. Reach committee on negotiation re-engage with alumni with facts, and we're currently working surveys. In our communications, we need to get out the good news. And we get to see cadets every BOV. We're making an effort through our Core Connects videos to get these videos out to alumni, family, and friends. We've also developed a digital marketing campaign to promote good news stories of stellar cadets. Most importantly, the value. With greater than 50% commission rates, we've also geo-targeted 20+ military bases across the country with these good news stories. Lastly, we have our annual meeting of the members of the Alumni Association in conjunction with the annual Board of Directors meeting this May 6th at 8 o'clock. We encourage all alumni to attend, and there will be an opportunity for public comment. Mr. Watson, that concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any
Questions for David?
Your 35 million, that's annual giving.
No, 35 million is commitment, so that is new commitments
for this year, for this fiscal
year. Right, 35 is a good number.
You touched on it, David. Thank you for the support that you all provide. For example, some of the things we're doing to sort of position ourselves a little differently with prospective students. And it's obviously, as you heard yesterday, it's had a huge impact. So thank you.
It is a huge impact.
Thank you. All right. Thank you again. I think now we're going to move into Pat. Is that you've got the stage?
I believe I do. This is our, Billy, you're gonna whip up my slides there. It's your mandatory statutory FOIA training. I know everybody is excited about it. People get passionate about FOIA Information Act, but if you could hold your questions to the end of my presentation.
If they can contain themselves. Yeah.
You know, people just unbelievable. Especially when you get a FOIA request, right?
I was just gonna say, this is a serious issue, and so we do appreciate the time you're taking to educate us and be sure we're properly informed about our role and responsibilities.
Okay, so the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, FOIA. So Virginia Code 2.2 3700 at SEC. SEC, as everybody knows, means as follows. Next question. Or next slide. So what's the purpose of the FOIA Act? Basically, it's transparency. Okay, the government's business is the people's business. And it covers two areas, basically the production of documents as well as board meetings. It's been around a while. It's been around since 1968. So why does it matter? Why is it? It covers the basic operation of Board of Visitors. from everything to the notice requirements, the meeting requirements, the attendance requirements, the script that Tom reads when you go in and out of the closed meeting, governs all of those things. Another thing that board members need to be aware of is that it covers your conduct even when you're not attending meetings, and I'll get into that. So it's important that all board members are familiar with the basic requirements of FOIA. So it's important because the information produced pursuant to FOIA can be highly scrutinized by the press, as I think we've found over the last few years. First-time violations can result in civil penalties of $500 to $2,000, and that's not to VMI, that's to the individual, the officer. And obviously, mishandled or missteps with FOIA can result in negative publicity, so it is important. So the meeting requirements, it covers two basic categories, as I said, the meeting requirements and then the production of documents. So a meeting is triggered anytime 3 or more of you are gathered in one place and you're discussing VMI business. And it can also be by telephone, email, social media, text messages, and so forth. And it covers request for public records. And the rule of thumb is it covers any document you have in your possession that pertains to VMI business is subject to FOIA unless it falls under one of the exceptions. Okay, so that's just as a rule of thumb, assume that anything you write down at a meeting, any kind of note, phone notes, emails, text messages that pertain to VMI are subject to FOIA. And that includes your personal phone. Any kind of personal text message you send can be subject to FOIA if it involves VMI business. So the meeting requirements. All of our meetings must be open to the public. And as I mentioned before, you can't discuss VMI business among board members outside of a notice meeting. And this also applies to emails. So I know Kevin gets excited when people hit reply all because that could constitute a meeting. Also, rapid email traffic back and forth between 2 or more or 3 or more members could constitute a meeting. So you need to be careful about that. The notice of the meetings typically have to be posted 3 working days in advance of the meeting. That's another major requirement. So you can attend events. Board members can attend events, for example, basketball games, football, without triggering the FOIA requirements of the meeting. You can have one-on-one discussions, but you can't have discussions amongst 3 or more. So if you're out and you see if 2 of you are talking and another board member walks up, you have to change the subject because that becomes essentially an unlawful meeting. All right, so electronic meetings, and there's 2 areas I'm going to talk about. One is the situation where a board member wants to attend a public in-person meeting electronically. The other one is the all electronic meeting requirements. So if you want to attend a public meeting that's going to be in person, but you want to do it electronically, it has to fall under one of these 4 requirements. So basically, it's whether you have a medical condition. That's number 1. Number 2 is that you have a family member that has a medical condition that requires your care. Your principal residence is more than 60 miles from the meeting location. Does anybody here live less than 60 miles from VMI? So that's an exception, but I'll talk about that in a minute. And you also have 2 personal matter, basically get out of jail free cards per year. It's two meetings per calendar year, 25% of the meetings held per year. In our case, it's typically the 2 meetings. So you get 2 meetings that you can attend electronically for personal reasons. Now, these are all subject to approval by the board president or the committee chair. Okay. So there are 10 requirements for the all virtual public meetings, and this is a change since COVID. There's a whole separate set of requirements if the governor declares an emergency. That falls into a different category, but basically public bodies are now allowed to have all electronic meetings. A couple of the key requirements, public access has to be provided via the electronic communication means. So if it's a a call-in meeting, the public has to have the call-in number so they can listen. If it's a Zoom meeting or a Teams meeting, they have to have access to that as well. And they have to see all the board members. Most of the other requirements are the same as the in-person meetings. You have to have a copy of the agenda. The public has the opportunity to comment through electronic means by including written communications. Here's another key. If two members of the public body, if you're having an all electronic meeting and two members or more than two members are attending the meeting in the same location, say somebody goes over somebody's house and say, we're all going to meet here and have the meeting, then you have to have public access to that portion of it. So it's important to realize that. And then here's the number requirements. So it's kind of same as the individual attendance requirements. You can have a all virtual meeting 2 times per calendar year, 25% of the meetings held per year. In our case, it's usually the 2 times per year that goes. Of course, you have to have meeting minutes. So when the board has a closed meeting, they can only discuss those matters that fall within the exceptions in the statute. There's 40 exceptions. So these are a couple of the most commonly used ones. If the board is discussing personnel matters involving specific employees, scholastic records of specific cadets, when I give my legal advice or legal update regarding cases that are pending, that falls into the closed meeting category. And then the discussion of honorary degrees and special. But the key is only those things that fall into those exceptions can be discussed during the closed portion of the meeting. So the procedures to go into the meeting, Tom has a script that he reads. Basically, it's a detailed motion followed by the statutory cite for the exemption, the general topic, for example, personnel, and then the specific subject to be discussed. And as I mentioned, only those matters can be discussed during the meeting. So that's where I fall into my watchdog role. I kind of monitor the conversation, and if things look like they're starting to get off track, I'll raise my hand and try to. When the board reconvenes, there's a vote, by-person vote to certify that only those matters within the exceptions were discussed during the closed meeting. And the other important thing to remember is that the board cannot take official actions during the closed session. You can have a straw vote during the closed session to see how maybe the board is going to vote, but any motions or resolutions have to be passed in the open session. All right, violations and penalties. So a couple of key things to remember. Any citizen can file a complaint in court if they believe FOIA has been breached. So not only the requesting party, for example, documents, but any citizen can file. Then the onus falls on the officer or the employee to prove that the exception to FOIA was properly applied. So it's a little bit interesting. You're guilty until proven innocent. And then violations and penalties. So as I mentioned before, these penalties apply to the officer or employee, not to VMI as an institution. And it's $500 to $2,000 for the first occurrence, $2,000 to $5,000 for every following occurrence. But the key language there, it has to be willfully and knowingly. So you have to willfully or knowingly violate the statute, which can be kind of a hard. All right. Kind of went through that fast, but does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir.
If anybody has stepped off the board, does that exclude them from these rules?
Well, obviously, it would exclude them from the board, the participation of the board. But the document requirements, I believe they would still apply. So if you have documents, the best thing to do is just when you come off the board, turn over all your VMI documents that you have, any business requirements. VMI has them, but if it's pertaining to VMI business, it's FOIA. The statute is in the possession of the government body or those people. So, in theory, I guess, if you're not a member of the board any longer and you have something, we have no way of forcing you to do it. But as just a practical matter, I would encourage you just to turn over on any kind of BMI stuff you have before you leave the board.
General question, is there an indemnification provision to the board?
No.
No.
I'm aware.
Personally love it.
That's right. That's why it's important.
Pat, just maybe, how much of this, how many requests are we receiving? What's been some of the trends there? And then when a request comes in, how do we look at it and process and decide is it legitimate, not legitimate? Maybe just a little color on that whole.
Oh, sure, yeah. Bill's our FOIA officers.
Yep.
You know, so Bill gets the request. Can you give us an idea how many?
As of yesterday, we had 55 requests for calendar year 2023. To put that into perspective, last year we had 113 FOIA requests. The year before we had 54 FOIA requests. So the volume of FOIA requests is increasing every year. You know, when they come in, typically what I'll do is I'll try and, the big thing is trying to understand the request. What are they looking for? Do they want? And keep in mind, FOIA is when we get a FOIA request, it's a request for records. A lot of times they'll come in requesting information, and the law says that you have to ask for records with reasonable specificity. So if they say, I want to know how many cadets are in this class, that's not a request for records, that's a request for information. So I'll try and understand, get clarity on the request. And then,
Just to touch on that, BMI has no duty to create a record, be responsive to a FOIA.
and so then I'll work with whatever office around post might be the custodian of that record to try and, or those records to try and get those. A lot of times, you know, the FOIA request is a lot of work. And so the law allows us to charge the requester for the cost of fulfilling that. And so the way that we do that is, you know, basically, you know, whether I'm working with IT to scrub the email system, you know, they charge $45.43 an hour to do. So we'll try and estimate how many hours it would take to produce those records. We'll give the request, our general order says anything over $50, we have to charge the requester. And so we'll provide an estimate to the requester. The requester can decide whether or not they want to pay it, revise their estimate or revise their request so that their estimate is lower, you know, and kind of negotiate how we move forward. And then once that request is paid, we'll move forward with going. Yeah.
And then sometimes people, when they make these requests, they don't realize the scope of document they've actually asked for. So a lot of times Bill will go back and say, you realize you just asked for $1 million. Do you want to maybe narrow your request a little bit?
And I think the other thing that's unique to higher education, other state agencies, is that we have to comply with FERPA, you know, which is a federal law on privacy for our cadets. And so anytime we produce a record that's been requested, it has to be reviewed to make sure that we're not violating FERPA. And so, you know, Department of Transportation, you know, they might just be like, here's your records, and there's not much of a review process. But, you know, when somebody, and we did receive a FOIA request this year that asked for all email and instant messages from every VMI employee for 2019, 20, 21, and 22. We're talking tens of millions of records, and every one of them had to be reviewed. So we went out and worked with a third party to develop an estimate. You know, a $2.4 million estimate, which is still clear. But, you know, especially when you're dealing with communication like that, you know, it could be a professor communicating with the cadet themselves, and that's something we can't produce. All of that has to be reviewed, and that's very important for me.
FERPA exception, that's applied quite a bit, and FERPA is the subject of a whole other brief. So
Curious, of the that 55 separate individuals, or just get curious where the requesters are coming?
34 of those requests have come from 4 individuals.
No limit on the number of FOIA requests a person.
And FOIA is important.
Absolutely. No, absolutely.
Transparency.
Absolutely.
And we do everything we can to get those records. But you know, it's time consuming.
How much of your time have you spent this year on?
I've probably spent conservatively 60% of my. Sure, some weeks where I do nothing, but
Every state agency has to have a FOIA officer. Ours, and kudos to Bill. I mean,
Yeah.
wonderful.
Thank you, Bill. Stepping forward or not being at the meeting when one was determined.
stepping forward.
Accepting. Other questions or comments? Thank you, Pat. Again,
Thank you.
we said critically important. So yeah, there's a lot for us to be sure we keep an eye on. Hey, Cedric, unless you have anything further before we jump into committee meeting, jump into committees, anything you want to say or do before we do so? Okay. We'll go through committee review. Gussie, would you start us with academics?
Please. Got a number of motions here, so we'll start with those. And the first motion we've got here is, actually, before I do that, I just want to real briefly point out that we did have an academic affairs in between the last full board meeting in January. I can't tell the exact date of that, but we were minutes, and it was mostly focused on admissions. And I just want to say that the team of admissions, Colonel Hagee, Oscom, and financial aid, an incredible job, incredible amount of work. Just want to publicly acknowledge all the work in that realm. So we did approve those minutes. We've got a number of movements to approve today. The first motion is tab B of your materials, and this is the change to the faculty. BOD is charged with the responsibility of approving changes in the faculty. So we discussed that, Dean and others at the committee, and we recommend that the changes in faculty list dated April 13th be approved, that the list be made part of the minutes.
Set that as a motion. And that's just tab B, and if you have a motion, is there a second? Okay. Questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
So the second motion we've got here is very important, approval of graduate. These on May 16th, 15th September, 31st September, and 31st January. We're responsible for approving all the graduates of the Institute. We consider the graduation list at that tab B, and the list of graduates here. We recommend that the Board of preliminary list of graduates, making note that the deputy superintendent for academics, the dean of faculty, should be delegated the authority to delete names of any cadets who do not meet the requirements for graduation. Add the names of graduates who may have fulfilled requirements of graduation before May 16th. The Academic Affairs Committee further recommends that the list be accepted and filed in its meeting. So I move that we move this list.
We have a motion or C. Is there a second? Second. I will say, having signed we still sign diplomas, which is quite, this is like a small, it's a good number, but when you start signing them, it even seems like a bigger number, actually. Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Stand. Thanks, guys.
And actually, before we move on to the next, can I call on you, Colonel Rashi? I'm sorry, I can't remember. How many of the graduates are honors and distinguished graduates?
Projection is that our 20 honors will make it with a 3.5 or better. So 5% of those 311 approximately will be distinguished graduates with institute honors. Another 15% are projected to graduate with a 5 or better GPA. And another almost 37% are projected to graduate with a 3.0 to 3.499. As mentioned before yesterday, we still do not round up. 9 is not 3.5. So 57% in total, approximately. 3 or better.
Right, the next motion we've got at tab B of your material. The board is charged with approving all of that. We heard from the academic board yesterday how important a game changer the Jackson Hope Fund has been for the faculty. We went through what the funds are used for: faculty development, recruiting, research, undergraduate research, pre-program, innovation program, summer and summer internship program, and the cadet research is going to be in the library. So a lot of good stuff happening with the Jackson Hope Fund grants. Accordingly, we were charged with approving all those appropriations. We need to approve those appropriations as reflected in.
Have a motion. Can I have a second? Second. Any discussion or comment? I will only remind everybody yesterday during the academic board, this was referenced a number of times by different people, actually is contributing to our success. So very, very important. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, abstain.
Our materials, we've got approval of change faculty handbook. I'll just start with the responsibility of approving changes to my regulation. Faculty handbook last September 22. This proposed change would establish a faculty advisory council. If you recall, one of the recommendations from the Barnes and Thornburg report was development of a faculty senate. It's been discussed amongst the faculty. There was a team whether or not to establish a faculty senate. The way that the faculty function now is via committee. There's committees that form and their issues. So it was decided that because of the efficiency of the current setup, that a faculty senate was maybe not the best approach, but it was decided to develop the faculty advisory committee. We made up of, well, you have the materials, you can read how it's set up. And so it's just to provide another avenue for the faculty to bring issues up to the dean, superintendent, board, and to the academic board. So we viewed that, we discussed at length, and we recommend all these changes.
That is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain.
Tab F, the board is also charged with responsibility to ensure quality and institute and to change this to curriculum. We had a chance to look through the changes to the curriculum. It's pretty interesting. We've got some concentrations here. Probably the biggest change was computer science curriculum. There's going to be 3 tracks here. Now, these aren't 3 separate majors. It would just be one. But there's going to be 3 tracks: application, sort of cybersecurity, and then IT. And the reason to do this, what the need is for each track, and develop those into majors. It's the required process via SHEV to go through that discussion, how that works, and the committee. Then we've got a couple changes, curricula, some minors, the history curriculum, make that a little bit more writing intensive. We've got some courses that they're adding here, also your materials. And one change was the system lab, and that's just going to be changed. For the first classmen are going to be in the leadership lab. They're going to change the curriculum for the second class. We'll be taking the leadership lab. And so we discussed that if anyone has any questions, but any of the curricular changes we can discuss this in more detail, but we went over them pretty thoroughly in the committee meeting, and I do recommend that I do move that we recommend curricular changes.
Motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
Questions or comments? Hearing none.
I'll just throw out a quick
Please.
comment
Absolutely.
for everyone's benefit, in referring to Scott on this. At our Cadet Military Affairs, the ROTC department, talking about this AS 343 T6 virtual reality course. It basically is a distinguishing factor for us as an ROTC attachment to get our flight eligible cadets, some virtual reality stick time. Just
Great.
highlight that for everybody's consideration.
Yeah, great. Other questions or comments? A motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, think standard.
Yeah, all of the motions that we have out of the Academic Affairs Committee. We also got a report from the dean on the state of the academic program. We have developed sorry, jumping ahead here. So with regard to faculty compensation, we talked about a new PE chair for excellence named for Bruce Gottwald Jr. And that's going to be awarded in May at the Institute Award Ceremony. It's going to provide additional funds for faculty salary adjustments. We appreciate the Institute also received second annual 1 million gift from the Herndon Fund. The Herndon Fund provides $1 million annually in perpetuity, subject to available funds, support faculty salaries in STEM and economics and business departments. The way that works is we've got about 300,000 that goes out in faculty salary adjustments in eligible departments for fiscal year 2023. 300,000 will be used to make additional salary adjustments in 2024. And the remainder is going to be placed in contingency in case there's a year when that money is not available, or if there's market conditions that could negatively impact the annual gift. So I think that's a wise allocation of those funds. Again, we appreciate the generosity of the Herndon Fund in supporting that. It's really important to have, as we heard again from the academic board, to have that competitive salary available for our faculty. And that's been a longstanding push. And we heard from the faculty that they really appreciate it. It's helpful for them, helpful for recruitment. We also heard that there was a compensation committee that looked at administrative and professional compensation. They developed a model. They developed a model to look at salaries from their schools. Is that right? See,
Pretty much the same data set that we use for faculty. It's 680 schools.
make sure our administrative professional staff are like our faculty. They're going to, they already briefed the superintendent on the model, and they're going to brief General Clerk and Young May. So we'll be hearing more on that. We also heard a brief on the women's faculty working group. Again, this was a recommendation of the, I believe this came out of the Barnes and Thornburg report, or maybe this was, similar recommendation with the faculty senate. We've had 5 senior women faculty. They've been meeting this year, discuss that affect women faculty. As we saw in the academic board meeting, there are 2 women department heads here. I'm not sure the exact percentage of male versus female faculty here. But we have been listening to the issues that predominantly affect women faculty. I think that there were 3 issues that came out of that were going to be looked at a little bit more closely. One was parental leave. One was the academic day and how that impacts people at the beginning and end of the day if they have to be here for meetings with the change in General Order 1. And the other was culture of respect for women faculty, particularly younger or ununiformed faculty, dealing with a predominantly male student body, and some of the issues come up in those situations. So that's going to be that further. They've had guidance with General Bingham throughout the year, and I think we're interested to hear how that shakes out. That's anything. It's a great meeting, and one more page. We have a number of PE scholars. 8 cadets are going to receive PE merit scholarships for 2023-24 for upper class cadets, for new matriculants. 2 new awards for the upper class cadets, 1 a rising first, 1 a rising second, and there's 2 rising third classmen currently PE scholars. And I think we wanted to brag a little bit that 4 of the new matriculants coming in turned down appointments to Vanderbilt, University of Michigan, and Rensselaer Tech.
Wow. Wow.
So high quality cadets. Really appreciate the generosity of the PE scholars, and really going to be adding to the core, strength of the core. Those high caliber cadets coming in. And then last but not least, Colonel Spencer Bakich, is that pronounced correctly? Professor of International Studies and Political Science, received one of the 12 2023 Outstanding Faculty Awards from Chev. Colonel Bakich runs their National Security Minor Program here, and 80 to 100 nominations every year from Virginia colleges and universities. They select 12 a year. So congratulations to Colonel Bakich, and we're glad we've got him here. That does conclude.
Well, a lot there, a lot. Great additive. Any questions for Gus? Or any other committee members want to offer any other commentary? Hearing none. Thank you so much, guys. Well done. Thank you. Okay, Laura.
Right. The athletic committee met and we had a lot to talk about, as you guys yesterday. But it was a good meeting and some good discussion, and I'm kind of hoping that after my spiel here, board will kind of have a discussion. I don't have any motions, but some guidance or kind of agree. Mr. Miller was very quick to point out that next year's regimental commander, chief of staff, and president of the honor corps were all athletes. Proves the point that athletes are more than athletes at BMI. Athletics has about 35 full-time coaches that spend a significant about 160 athletes. Athletics brings some other value other than wins. Our coaches recruit a large portion of our corps. In our meeting, we mainly talked about the athletic budget. We started out with this is where we are, then discussed where we are going and where we should be. First, the athletic department runs lean, probably too lean. Operations runs lean. And I guess the biggest problem they have is the number of athletic trainers continues to be a problem. Unfunded mandates that were brought to the athletic department, plus the drop in enrollment, were the biggest factors that put us in the position that we are in. If you take those factors out, athletics pretty much operates in only $200,000 problem. Have good support from the Cadet Club and Compete to Win campaign, which have been a huge help in recruiting BMI athletes. It has been tricky because a 5% salary increase from the state is not funded by the state, and it comes out of the athletic budget. And there was no discussion on the 5% increase this year. The athletic department just did it. Retention rate is low in athletics. Whatever they can do to keep people, they just do. Long hours, low pay, hard to find trainers, etc. BMI is looking to partner up with companies that can provide those employees, like trainers, as it's desperately needed to help protect our cadets, athletes, and keep them healthy. We are below our peers on people's salaries, thus losing higher paid employment. Another reason for the 5% increase that they just did. But that's where we are. And when you boil it all down, we are basically a little over $2 million, basically a little over a $2 million issue going into next year. As we have said all year, we do not have the fund balance to continue on. However, knowing that prior to COVID, we operated either negative or not. And I think across the board, as far as other colleges, this is how athletic departments are. Mr. Miller.
Yeah.
There you are. Sorry. Put my glasses on. But maybe you can talk to athletic departments kind of across the board, kind of running their budget, either just breaking even or just a little, over.
I think the calculations for the current year indicate that our difference between what we expected to spend and what we're actually spending now, which would put us one way of looking at it would be in the red, but it's money that's covered by our current fund balance. Current fund balance of about $2 million where we are this year. Be no negative impact on the institute's budget. But the projections would be that next year, the last year that will happen, we will, unless there's significant changes made, we will extinguish that fund balance. Operationally, flat at the expenditures, operational expenditure teams. Up to 5% salary. On the salary side, we've kept a couple of positions open for most of the year that find flat. Then the conference, our peer, with our peers in the conference, we are in most every area, in the bottom few of the conference, whether it's salaries, whether it's staffing size, operationally, that's where we are.
Thank you. Yes, that's fine. So we went on further to kind of have a more interactive meeting and discuss just as a committee, where do we cut costs? Do we cut costs in salaries? Like Mr. Miller said, we already run pretty low. And do we cut costs in operations? And we already have open positions. There's just no money to find. So then we start talking about cutting teams. That's really the only place you can cut cost. But if you were to cut teams, it's not a quick fix. You still have to account for the scholarships on the team. You need to fulfill contracts of the coaches. There's PR repercussions, using donors, etc. So that's kind of the issue with cutting teams. But the Cadet Club only raises money for scholarships, or has primarily only done that in the past. And they need to be allowed, I guess. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but they need to be allowed to raise operation funds. And what they really need is to know the overall plan so that they can communicate that to potential donors. Say that right? There you
wouldn't say aloud. I think, probably more so just kind of understanding what the strategic plan is moving forward, and how we can be most impactful with our fundraising efforts. Again, 5-6 years ago, the task was given to the Cadet Club to focus on scholarships and kind of stay out of everything else. And we've done a tremendous job kind of increasing our scholarships, but as you kind of can see the effect on the other side with operations, coaches' compensation, and some other things, we haven't been as helpful as we probably could be. And so I think maybe just kind of approaching it with more comprehensive approach in our fundraising efforts.
Point of clarity. So what was the environment prior to that? Prior to that, what did that environment look? How did that look? What was the level of involvement prior to the change? So what?
Yeah, the Cadet Club was tasked with 203.8. So of our 18 Division I sports that we operate under, the NCAA has a maximum equivalency that you can provide in scholarship support. And that was kind of the task at hand, to increase our scholarship support. We've done a really great job of kind of moving the needle there. And if we can just kind of slow tuition down, that would help us move a little bit faster. But yeah, that was kind of the task given at hand.
No, I mean, prior to that, what was the key? You follow what I'm saying?
I do. So it was our friend Jeff Morgan, rest in peace. It was during his tenure that the Cadet Club initiated an athletic operations fund, because there was need for more than scholarship. That has been flowed over decades now, at the expressed need from VMI to the Cadet Club for the kind of support they would most benefit.
So you guys answer my. So it's not unprecedented where that's never happened.
The press probably could add a few more to it, but I would say the reality, even though we labeled them as operations fund, we're still going towards the scholarship side of it.
Yeah, they had a lot of flexibility in that fund.
We certainly aren't going to bring any funds in from ticket sales, although that could be a small bucket. Cadet fees cannot be raised. That seems like it would be an easy fix, but that's not correct. It's not a call that the athletic department can make, nor the administration or on a legislative level. Just for your information, we need 14 sports, say Division I. We currently have 18. So there's room to cut 4 sports and stay Division I. And this is kind of where I think the board needs to maybe have some discussion. I think there's 2 different situations that we are in. And they're 2 different conversations. Do we make these decisions based upon for enrollment, the way we are today? Is that's a discussion, or change things as if we're back to normal, our normal board size? Because to me, if we make the decision based upon our current enrollment, that means cutting teams. And that's a decision that I don't think we should take lightly, because once you do it, then it's hard to put it back when enrollment. But if we get back to normal enrollment, the issue isn't as big of a deal, and maybe we can pull from the smaller buckets and fix the problem that we have, like ticket sales and raising money through the Cadet Club. But I think as a committee, we kind of talked about, and Lester chimed in on this. We wanted to act maybe more conservatively and have a discussion based upon as if enrollment, this is the new norm, and if we get back to enroll, our normal core size, we'll build that fund base, and there's athletic funds, and then for the next rough patch we go through, we'll have a buffer. But again, I think that's a discussion that we need to have, and I just wanted to make you guys aware of it. I think at this point, the athletic department, it's not just an athletic department decision. It's a VMI decision. So I believe the superintendent needs to sit down with the athletic department and kind of look at where we're going. Mr. Miller said a lot of times in these situations, he looks at it like starting from scratch. What can the institute handle as far as our athletics long term? And we're kind of at that point that we need to make those tough decisions, and they're not going to be fun. But we can't go on doing how we're operating right now. And it's just not sustainable. And so I think, we need to make those decisions right now. I think I won't be here, but I think in the next board meeting, the athletic department needs to come with a proposal of several different options, and we make some decisions, some hard decisions then.
And too, I think what I heard from the committee meeting too is it's been a while since we stepped back, actually. It's sort of had a look like this. So whether it's prompted by budget concerns, whether it's prompted by admissions, a step back probably right now is quite appropriate.
Absolutely.
And I think that's where Cedric, maybe, I think you've been thinking about the step back too a little bit in this whole topic either. And maybe we can frame it a little more broadly, even Laura, it's time.
Right.
For lots of reasons. And let's just do it in a thoughtful way. But it is multiple, as you said, there's multiple parties
right. It's not just the athletics department decision. I think it's, PMI needs to be involved. And Mr. Miller, would you like to add anything?
I was going to say is exactly that we all agree that our decisions need to be made, but it's the proper context in which you make, whether it's reactionary, to say drop sports, that's kind of a reactionary decision. To take a full look at what we're doing, the appropriate size of the athletic department, what the appropriate sports we have, how we fund it, take a look at big picture is the mechanism for getting there. And I think the plan that the general and I talked about during the year, and this is all coordinated with the strategic planning process. We don't want to get out ahead of a strategic plan the institute has. kind of coordinate that with the strategic plan as it gets approved, and make decisions of totally that. So it is the time to make decisions. As we mentioned in committee meeting, we thought this was going to be a 3 or 4 or 5 year issue that we need to look at, but circumstances such now that it has squeezed the decision process into the right now. And so that's where we're.
I think you got a question for you, sir.
Yes.
And again, with all of your experience you've had with athletics over the years, what's your thought? What's the possibility of the athletic department not being a cost center, but a revenue center? And how likely is that a possibility based upon your experience? I understand Power 5 schools, but in similarly situated schools and looking at top line revenue opportunities, like I heard something in the external affairs in your committee where we made $100,000 with, I don't know how much branding we did, but just selling our image and likeness and just some of the, the things that we normally provide as part of being, Cadet club type of marketing material, or NIL, not for athletes, but maybe there's sponsors, because I know I see some of the Richmond schools that do it. You obviously you've got experience with U of R where they do some sponsorships with some of the universities. So I don't know. I'm just asking what the possibility of turning it to a revenue for the cost center.
You mean a revenue center, there's athletics would make more money, making profit.
Well, not necessarily a profit, but you're not looking, for cost cutting, but you look for top line revenue to offset costs.
The chances of schools at this level making a profit and bringing in more money than is zero. And nobody does that at this level. But the chances of increasing revenue and reducing the delta.
That's what I'm alluding.
There are areas that can be enhanced for funds. We have not taken advantage of that. Just for an example, EMI has been in the less than $100,000 range the last several years in gross corporate dollars. Right now this year we're probably going to be at 75,000 or so. The upside of that could be, the reasonable upside to that would be $300,000 or $400,000 a year. Could easily triple or quadruple, not easily. I mean, that would be maybe the upside 2 years down the road. There are schools in the Southern Conference that are in the $400,000 million in the ticket sales in this locale, in this constituencies we do it. Probably talking about probably $1,000 improvement there. Really for revenues for schools in VMI's range, Southern Conference range, funding, partnering with Cadet club type of organizations. That's where their potentials are. The private schools just taking more money, and the boards just shift money over, or the president just shifts money over there. State schools that are limited in what the very limited what the state will allow us to do. The only real significant dollars are partnering with the private fundraising.
Thank you. I do think that's, Mr. President, to a degree, I mean, not worth a look to kind of change. See what you got, you're gonna get what you get.
Every little bit helps, and pulling out, even though we don't have a lot of, avenues to pull money from, we don't have a huge, if we don't have an admissions problem, then we don't have a huge problem in my mind. And pulling money from as wherever we can get it, whether it's, getting it from branding, thank you. Branding or whatever, ticket sales increasing just a little bit, that will help. But, I think it's not a decision that we should make lightly. It's one that we need to be doing right now?
I like the idea. I see the books. And that's what we talked about, without much effort, we got $100,000. I think that revenue side is something. Taking full advantage of.
Sure.
So we were thinking serially.
Well, that position, if I'm not mistaken, has been open. There's someone in the operations in athletics that would normally do that in that position. Now they are talking to someone. Is that correct? Am I saying? Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, our main problem looking back has been that we're staffed in such a way that the person who was involved in focusing on was doing a bunch of other things. And those in the business world know if your job is to sell and to do something else, do something else. Selling's hard. Selling requires a relentless, difficult process. So we have never had, I don't know we've ever had a situation where we get somebody really after it every day selling. So that position became open during the year. We've tried for months to attract a corporate partner, that there are businesses out there that come in. That's generally the way it's done in the Division I world, and most places where somebody comes in, professional salesperson is here selling, DMI, athletics and selling. We've not been successful in attracting a partner. We're just not big enough or no upside to win that battle. So far, we have not been successful with that yet. We'll have one person that has offered a partnership. We're evaluating that partnership. It's important that we coordinate that with the Cadet Club. You know, the Cadet Club is $1 million a year partner. This would be a few $100,000 a year partner. So that arrangement we've been working. So we're trying to decide to do that, or continue to search to hire an individual that would focus their time on selling. We're negotiating with somebody right now that hopefully the whole thing will be resolved. Like we're talking about in the next week. Have that resolved. But that is a good. The chamber said that we're not looking for a $1 million or $2 million fix. It's going to take 100,000 here, 50,000 there, but we have $1 million problem now, and a very soon $1 issue that needs to.
With respect to the trainer shortage, do we still have cadet training?
I don't know. Do we still have cadet trainers?
No. There's a very detailed certification process now in place for trainers. That I think our trainers, we talk to the EMT through the commandant's office. We can have coverage at games. We can be there for emergencies. And actually, a certified trainer is not a solution. We've done a lot of work with graduates work with MBA. They have changed their academic program, but that's not available anymore. This is not just a VMI issue. Nationally, this is the #1 problem, employment problem, college athletics. Every single school in Southern Conference has open spots on their training staff. So it is a national Southern Conference, and then the state, it's the problem everywhere. So many of the trainers are in the private sector. Practice, it's just a very difficult process. A year ago, we were at 4 full-time with 3 part-times. We're now at 7 full-time. So we've made significant strides in the last year. To get that done this year, we'll be going into the year with 7 full-times and 1. When I say part-time, they work a portion of the season, just do wrestling. So we're making strides in that area. So it's options are
Any other committee members have anything they'd like to add?
Or Laura, maybe Cedric, any thoughts on the stepping back kind of concept? How you think that we want to interact with the board as Laura said, it's a.
Yeah, sure. No, we from the very start, we've been talking about the need to take a look at athletics. The low enrollment certainly has exacerbated or brought forward the challenge in athletics to a near-term issue that needs to be looked at among a whole range of issues. Jim and I will sit down and talk to think about how we navigate through it. Again, the conversation that we've had thus far and the recognition is that need to think about the shift that needs to occur in terms of how operational dollars get generated, operational revenue to support a staff to have a functioning, capable athletic department occurs. Some of it, quite frankly, is some of the things that I've been saying since I got here. Some of it has been addressed early on with the coaches' compensation because as you speak about it, the agency speaks about it, Cadet Club speaks about it. We've had donors respond. So it's that type of thinking that I think we just need to understand. It was not lost on Jim when he arrived. It's not been lost on me when I arrived that when it came to how we funded, right, we were in the bottom. Even with scholarships, even as we've made this concerted effort to get to 203.8, we've made pretty good strides, but can't do it on one side and not address athleticism. That's the point that I was. It's the point that Laura's making. Address the whole thing and address it from a perspective of how we're going to address this long term, because these things will keep coming at us. You know, several years ago, I'm told we were having to make adjustments in budget to balance things and bring things back into balance several years ago. So if we don't address it, if we don't address it aggressively and holistic manner, fix it, and we'll be talking about it again in another 5 years. We'll get the team together and we'll start working on the options where some decisions can be made.
My guess is it won't be sufficient time to bring those to us in September, but at least maybe an update on the process might be is that a reasonable expectation?
Yeah, I think we can probably, I would say we probably can provide better fidelity and some options that are being explored. That'll coincide with the parts of the strategy that talk to specifics. And then along with that, there may be some things that are part of the options that represent some choices that have to be made.
Laura knows if she steps off, it's not as if this will be lost
Right.
in the shuffle. That's why I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just.
Take some action and time for action.
Any comments or other thoughts from Teddy?
I was gonna comment on this during the overall budget part, and I probably still will. If you look at the athletics budget over the last 10 years, and stop right at when COVID starts, let's take COVID out of the equation. The budget really ran anywhere from, let's say, a maximum of $200,000 deficit to about a $500,000 surplus. Pretty tight range. Gene, you asked, can it make money? Well, apparently, in probably 4 of those 8 years, it did make money. It certainly didn't lose $1 million a year. It didn't in any of those years. So when we're talking about the problem, we need to ask what's changed. You know, why was this not an issue? I mean, it's always been an issue, certainly, but it was it was one that was managed and controlled plus or minus a couple $100,000. And now it's 7 figures. And when you see the budget projections, it remains that way as far out as we're looking. Even once the core is back to full strength. So to solve this, we got to start with what's different. Not asking that we do that right now. I'm just saying, let's all be aware that it hadn't always been like this.
No, I mean, I guess, I haven't looked at the numbers, but my inclination would be is portion of the increase.
So I would say that, certainly the conversation about money always comes to the forefront. But operationally fulfilling our mission, right? The money becomes the enabler. It's the means by which we can conduct and fulfill our mission. And what's our mission in the athletic space? It ought to be to compete to win. Okay, so if we have and have consistently had an athletic department where the athletic operations funding is woeful, if we have an athletic department and athletic operations where instead of allowing the cadet athletic experience to be something that most cadets, most student athletes would want to have. For example, cadets, 2 football players sleeping in one bed in a hotel room, coaches' salaries being down at the bottom of the conference, some coaching teams where they should have 2 coaches, an assistant coach, to kind of spread the needs of the operations to fulfill the mission, where we aren't funding coaches, and you have 1 coach in a program that is not only acting as a coach, they're acting as a primary recruiter, they're acting as a primary scheduler, they're acting as a primary person managing their own budget, on and on and on. Okay, operationally, we need to be thinking about how you run an athletic program as a part of a key feature of this institute on the resources that are necessary. And competing to win is going to require us to make a commitment to compete.
Point taken, absolutely, Teddy. So I think it sounds like that'll be woven into the discussion that we're building off of here. So any other questions or comments?
The only thing I would add is I think we have to demonstrate more sense of urgency. I mean, the big problem with the budget shortfall related to enrollment. Now we're seeing what's going on in athletics. We need to move ahead or this thing's going to get out of hand. That's why Laura, I think, yes, general athletic director get together and formulate a strategic plan soon about this. Because if you push those numbers out 2 or 3 years without any changes, we're going to be in a world of hurt. And I'm not walking away from here feeling like there's as big a sense of urgency as I think there should be. That's just one man's opinion.
Because at least I can speak for myself. I share the sense of urgency. I think I'm hearing though from, I think, the superintendent, Jim, that the idea is, well, from September, we will absolutely be back at this. So, but it also recognizing that, time is in our favor because it's each day it's it doesn't get any better. So, but I think your point's noted, and I think the internal team very much feels that, I think, and I'll be sure that continues to be the case.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. If no other discussion, that concludes my report.
Thanks, Laura. Report. A lot of follow-up. Scott, Cadet Affairs.
Our meeting yesterday, our committee meeting, and all of our members in attendance, except of Adjutant General Virginia, who is Tim Williams, who is retiring, highly ranked Adjutant General nationally, actually, and Virginia Tech graduate. He's not able to attend all of our meetings, but he's been a great resource. And our new Adjutant General we're hoping can be here in September, and we'll make that introduction. But the Virginia National Guard and the National Guard, Army Reserves continue to be a key component of our cadets and alumni being citizen soldiers. So, any case,
If I could pause for a second, just because Tim wasn't here, I don't think he got the recognition at this meeting, but I just want the minutes to show how much we certainly appreciate what he has done as a member of this board, and we'll try to find a way to get him back to get appropriate attention.
Thank you.
So if you could help
I'm
him
in
work at
touch
that.
with him often.
Yeah, so we will find a time to be sure we try to get him back because, again, because he wasn't here, that wasn't a focal point of some of our remarks, but he deserves a lot of attention for all the reasons you said. Plus, he brings a certain network, as we know.
No question.
To this
Question.
very important part of it.
So I'll circle back with Devin and we'll see if we can't schedule that. Thank you.
Just a quick comment to confirm what you said about the outgoing adjutant general's reputation. My best friends in Nashville is like the #2, and then Tennessee National Guard. He says our guy here is just tops in the country.
Right. He served as president of the National Adjutant Generals Association for 2 years. And so he'll be missed. But we're looking forward to the new member, and we'll introduce that in September. So part of our committee meeting, and I'll just tell you, we ran out of time. And I'm to blame for that, actually. It's like scheduled the time, and not unlike we ran out of time with the commandant's presentation yesterday. In any case, we met with the ROTC departments, and I'll just do the rundown quickly so we know where we are. The Army continues to be the collector of non-contracted cadets. So, and as you can imagine, when they start off as rats and thirds, they'll pick their branch. If they choose, if they're in Navy and they choose not to be contract, then they go to the Army. There is not an option for non-contract second and first class year in the Navy Marine. So, but what is important about non-contracts is statistically, we do have individuals that have completed ROTC, didn't take a contract, and 3 years later, you find out, I want to serve Virginia National Guard, U.S. Coast Guard. And so they are important numbers, is an important part of who we are. This summer, we have the summer training. In addition to the normal cadets that go to summer training, that are part of contract, we've got 28 going to either airborne school or air assault. And then we have 27 going to the CTLT, which is something they do after the summer camp, directly after, and they serve as a sort of mock lieutenant during a lieutenant in an actual unit. So those are big numbers. You know, for an RTC department, they reported this to us, that those are large numbers. It speaks to the quality of the Army ROTC. This weekend, our Ranger detachment here at VMI is in competition West Point, so I'm assuming we'll get some results for that.
They phoned in Scott yesterday. They're #3 right now in the competition.
Yeah, but the competition is still going on, right?
Correct.
Right. Good. Thank you. So concerns, one of the concerns of the VMI cadre, ROTC cadre runs this stuff. Like 14 of our VMI's ROTC officers, NCOs will go to the summer training and be a part of that. We're going to lose 7 are leaving, moving to different stations or wherever, and they're only going to be replaced with 5. And we know and that's part of this overall across the board budget cuts. But our Army ROTC department continues to be strong. And when I wrap up the ROTC, one of the things I want to discuss is how their interaction with admissions, which is one of the key facts. Jumping to the Navy, our Navy program continues to be strong, and the Navy is also Marine Corps. We continue to do this operation at Smith Mountain Lake, which doesn't cost a cent because everybody, folks up there are providing assets for that. The Navy in two things that are critical. We have this quota for the nuclear engineer program at the Navy, and our quota this year is 6. 4 have met. We have 4 cadets that have met the requirements, which include types of testing and interviews and so forth. We have 2 other candidates that we reported or will most likely meet that requirement. Last year, our quota was 7 and we provided 9. It's a tough program. It's really difficult. One of the things that the ROTC department is proposing relates to academics, and that's to provide a physics class that enhances these young men and women's ability to meet the muster for this program. It's not easy. It's quite an honor that we have that. So one of the key elements is on our admissions. What was reported is the scholarship program that's brought in that I call to duty, has made a significant difference. If you recall, we lost last year some Navy scholarship potentials to Citadel because we the room and board and that kind of thing. So we're at 13 this past year, class of 26. We've got 33 scholarships coming in, and that's can be attributed to the additional funding of the Call to Duty program that was stood up quickly, and that's a significant increase. One of the things that I will point out as a big issue is that sustainable? Can we do this? I'm just putting that on the table because I tell you, it makes a difference. It has made a significant difference in our Navy program, and the Army as well. Then I'll go straight to Air Force, cover that quickly. Highlights. Air Force, just reiterate, brief this last. There's not an Air Force emphasis on Air Force 4-year scholarships to high school students. They figured out through their data that no, we get them in the ROTC program, and after they've proven themselves and they have a muster for that, and they enter into contract, either their 3rd class year or 2nd class year, they will be on scholarship. So any Navy ROTC or Air Force ROTC cadet you see that's a 2nd or a 1st, they're going to be on scholarship. They're going to be paid. So talked about a little bit about additional funding for those folks as well, the Call to Duty, but didn't get it into a lot of that. The Air Force is going to host the Special Warfare. It's a joint program with 6 other detachments. They're going to host that here, and one of their emphasis by the head of the ROTC that she recognized were our cadets, when they went to their Air Force training, weren't performing as well as they should simply because their VMI, it's the old school mentality of, wow, this is somewhat missing out, so forth, so on. And they fixed that. We're not having that problem. And so she's introduced these different programs very effectively to prepare our Air Force cadets for the they're challenging programs that they go through as cadets. And that's really, and we're going to host this program. I'll also mention that we have 3 of our Air Force cadets that are going into the Space Force program. And that's significant from one school to have that. So that sort of wraps up the admission or the ROTC, but I wanted to mention our admissions because one of the disconnects we felt we found was that, ROTCs are doing their thing. Remember, Army ROTC has a mechanism for recruiting and that kind of thing. But Navy really didn't, and Air Force didn't, Navy Marine. So our admissions team and the financial aid team have coordinated closely with the ROTC. That's what they reported. That's what we asked. That's what they said they would do. And they did do that with success, to include our Navy guys being able to sort of forecast up individuals that have looked for Navy Marine Corps scholarships and expressed an interest in BMI that they got information on, and that's telegraphed up to the admissions. Admissions is telegraphed back different information to, say, the Navy ROTC, and they've been able to reach out as well. So it's a communications issue, and I believe we're seeing good results. Is that anything, Ernie, you want to add on that?
Yeah, I'd say a couple quick things. The Navy nuke qualification is not a purely VMI problem across the country. They're having a larger washout rate. I know we're all tired of hearing it. It's COVID. Apparently, is the culprit. Just the quality of study got lost a couple of years ago, and so that's been the difference maker. The Air Force piece, we're just going to have a smaller number of Air Force commissionees on a go-forward basis, given the way the Air Force requirements are relative to Army and the Navy Marine. So it's just always going to be a smaller detachment. They winnow it down after 3rd class year. And Scott mentioned those who either don't have an interest or don't qualify, they go to Army. Rest. That's their cut line. Once you've made that cut, highly likely you'll commission Air Force, but our Air Force numbers are just not going to be large. And having said that, I found this was interesting. I think I'm right in this, that our Air Force ROTC detachment is in touch with the Air Force Academy. So when they know that they're not going to accept somebody, or somebody was otherwise qualified but didn't get a nomination, they're letting our Air Force Department know, which then allows this feedback loop to admissions, which is, just another grip in the funnel to help us find qualified potential candidates.
And that's interesting. But we're finding that our ROTC departments are working well together. And a good example is a flight simulator. They call it virtual whatever. And it's a flight simulator that VMI fund. And if you're a pilot, want to be in the ROTC program somewhere else in the country, you probably don't have one. It is a big deal. And and then we have these folks that are certified to train on, so and the Navy, Marine, and Air Force all utilize this equipment. So that's a big deal. Any case.
Scott, can the cadet remain in the Air Force ROTC detachment non-scholarship?
No.
Cannot. If you're not on scholarship, you have to ship.
Well,
yes, can, but non-commissioning, no. Non-scholarship, yes. And I'd say, I'm going to say 90% of those who pass that after 3rd class year are on scholarship. Another significant feature is the Air Force ROTC scholarships only cover in-state tuition. So if you're an out-of-stater, you'll get covered for whatever the in-state rate balance is.
But all will be scholarship once they.
I think, yeah, I mean, the practical effect is
ultimately
they'll find the money.
Okay.
But if you're commissioning, they'll find the money for you. If they determine you're not on a commissioning track,
you cannot stay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Navy and Marine Corps as well. So, but that's okay, Army, we'll take it. I'll get you ready and you can join the National Guard later. So, you know, that takes a significant amount of time. We moved to the Commandant's briefing and we didn't get to cover everything we can cover. One of those was I promised to look at club sports and clubs in general. We talked more about leadership and cadet leadership, and then fundamentally ran out of time. So I do make a promise that we are going to focus our efforts in September on cadet cadet programs. We're going to handle ROTC in a different way during our special time, but I want to mention something to you about the cadet leadership. We are losing this class of 2023. We all know how successful they've been, how mature they are, their communication skills, and they're handing this over now to the class of 2024. So I felt like the class of 2023 that we're losing, and we're all tired of talking about COVID, but here's where we are finally eroding it away, I suppose. The class of 2023 graduate now. They entered VMI in the fall of 20. COVID hadn't even come up on the net. I happen to remember that year well because my son was first class, so these were his rats. So they march on through the rat line, normal year, you know, Thanksgiving, Christmas, come back, they break out. They're now fourth classmen. They go home for spring break and they don't come back. I remember that well. But this 2023 went through a very normalized rat. So what they didn't get was a normalized entering as thirds and cadre, because they came back. You know, the school did an amazing job standing up the cadets, and they came back and they really prepped them the best we could for cadre. And that was a softening year. It was a tough year. And that was class of 2023. So look, if you look at the class of 2024 stepping in, they were the rats. 20. Everybody's in mask, you remember. So, and they went through that, and it was as a rat, it was a tough year. I happen to know a rat that ended up dropping out and coming back. It was tough. It was tough. The morale year was awful. And in any case, it speaks to who these cadets are that we have that are in this leadership. So class of 2022, they were our missing link. They were the ones that they did an excellent transition to the class of 2023. And I'm here to tell you that the class of 2023, I believe, has done an excellent job in transitioning to this class of 2024. And here's why I mentioned that. I had the luxury coming here a little early on Thursday, and there were some scheduled meetings. I was able to attend the meeting with the first class leadership, the new first class leadership, this class of 2024. And they're planned out the entire rat line experience, from matriculation to breakout, including where the select parties, and they got the calendar and all of these tasks, and they're working that. And it was interesting to watch them work amongst each other. So I think we have an outstanding leadership that's coming in. One of the things we addressed in our committee meeting is, demerit problems. And I say just how large when cadets get on conduct probation, for example, and how that's handled. And And there's a group of cadets that are on Conduct Pro. It's not a huge percentage, but I think it's probably a little over 1%. Small percentage. 0.5%, whatever. That are on the Conduct Pro, and some of them, you know, a whole lot of merits and so forth. And what the BMI leadership, and I've talked core leadership and the Commandant's office is doing about this. And this is our last thing. We feel like there's some COVID issue that are part of this. How do you give demerits and who gets them, and shine and shoot, you know, throwing rocks out the window. I don't, whatever, doing merits for. But so there's a process now. Just like when the kid goes on academic probation, process to what's going on with this youngster and how do we help fix it and find the solution? Well, it's our responsibility and get them through this. So there's a system now when they get close to that Conduct Pro, which is like 75 demerits or something. They are identified, whether a rat or a second class. And then how they got their demerits and why, and is it where they, you know, whatever, didn't shine shoes properly, whatever it is, that's going to be looked at. But not only that, counseling, and if it's a rat, mentoring. And that's going to be worked through the Commandant's office and his staff. But I talked to the new regimental commander, talked to the old regimental commander as well. And the new regimental commander agrees with the old, and they want to solve. They want to look at these individuals and find success where they can and take that responsibility. So if you were to go get the spreadsheet on the merits right now and look at that, you'd probably, oh my gosh, there's a problem. Well, there's a problem and it's being addressed. And I would just seek to give our new leadership in the Corps and the Commandant's office the benefit of the doubt on this, and let's let them do the job. And I feel confident they're going to fix this. New regimental commander, you know, he's an athlete for one, and he is good academic standing, and he's the real leader in the Corps. He knows these cadets, so I'm looking forward to his presence in barracks. The last thing I want to wrap up about is, if you are here as a board member, just visiting for whatever reason, whatever you might come here, check in with Colonel Bogart's office. If you know 24 hours in advance, give him a call. And I promise you, if you call him, you will go in barracks and you'll see something. And even if it's only 45 minutes, and you'll get a chance to talk to these cadets, because when I was in that meeting, I mean, they interact. You've seen it when they're here. So I'm not challenging you. I'm just saying, if you come on barracks, I don't care if it's a football game or whatever, or come a little early, get a hold of Bogart's office and just go in there. You will come out enlightened, and it'll help you address issues with alumni that don't feel like maybe things are being run so well. And that's how I'd wrap up my comments. And Ernie,
I'll elaborate on the discipline question. I think, you know, there's acute and there's chronic. I think the COVID thing, there were some acute issues with discipline, and some of it's sort of the blocking and tackling, shining your shoes, and cleaning your rifle, cleaning your room, and there is still kind of stifling out of it. So I agree. I think that is an issue that we'll stop talking about after a while, but it's important to know that, not forget what the charts showed, but the vast majority of Corps not having. There is a small subset of the Corps that have a spectacular amount of demerits. It's really impressive to see how they've racked those up.
It's almost impossible to imagine how they got that.
Exactly. Having said that, I'll kind of underscore what Scott was saying. There is already process, and Superintendent alluded to it, about there's 5 things you do first before you impose the discipline.
There's really emphasis, but it starts with core leadership. And after this is the battalion commander level, goes then to the commandant's team. So it's the core taking care of the core first, which I think fantastic. And it's a great leadership opportunity for the first class officers to have those roles. And amongst this small subset of cadets with a spectacular amount of demerits, there has been an effort to mentor, as Scott said, and there's some that are unreformed, and you know that's been the case since 1839. But there's easily half of them, I think, who have seen a significant reduction in their demerit load compared to first semester. So the process is working. And for those who just don't want to be disciplined, that's part of the point of the realm of being here. And they'll either make a decision to change and they'll stay or they won't. But it is not by any means a large scale issue.
It's good to hear. Good report to you. Any questions of the committee?
Anybody else?
How many demerits does it take to be kicked out? I thought it was 100. Agassi and I were talking. Is it 100? And what is the excessive number?
There's one or two that start with a 3. Most are in the 2. But I think one of the things that we also came to appreciate is, depending on where you are in the year, there's also an academic impact to this, where when you are suspended for merits, within a withdrawal or withdrawal failing on your permanent academic record. And so there's a little bit of working with the system so that if it does wind up that that's the case, that there's not an academic impact on that person on a go forward basis wherever else they may wind up, because it's about demeanor, not about their academic.
Well, and I'll tell you, a youngster that I helped support here that ended up leading on conduct probation rat year under General Peace Group, and they knew one of mine was held so he could finish his academic year, you know, and then he did his exams, and went over to the superintendent's office and back to stuff and suspended at that point. So I think there's some leniency, you know, he hit that mark in great excess. And then once he hit the mark, you know, the 100, whatever, it just went off. He knew it was done and he just went off the chart on the merits.
We had a process in the 70s where you could run a tape, was the phrase. If you hit the 100,
Yeah.
70 for us. But anyway, you could run a tape and sort of seek dispensation for any demerits that maybe could be taken off the.
And that process still exists.
Yeah, that's still, and we're still in the 200s.
I would think it's something we learned that I thought was in the best deterrent in getting cadets to align, whether it's get your hair cut or whatever, isn't demerits. It's penalty tools. So if you want to align, because it is, you know, that's actual interrupting life. Get penalty tours. That was reported from a reliable source on the comments.
Good report. We appreciate it. And again, the focus on the cadets, Scott and Ernie, hugely. So it sounds like that's going to be even more the focus of the next meeting. So thank you.
Yes.
So with that, Teddy, can we turn to you on audit questions?
Sure. I'll call your attention to a handout that looks like this. 5 pages, and start by ordering you on these pages and ask you to go to the back page first and work. Just to put things in perspective, the back 2 pages are where BMI's tuition fees rank other state schools. The last page is ranked by out of state. The next one is by in-state. And what you can see that the existing tuition and fees are out of staters. It's high compared with other state schools. It's actually $5,000 higher all in than citizen, which is a meaningful gap. If you look at it from an in-state standpoint, it's right around the average. So we're in relatively good shape there. Come forward one more page and you can see the breakdown of tuition fees for in-state and out-of-state. You can see the athletic fee is $3,800. And clearly when you're 100 short in a class, that adds up to a lot of money that doesn't go to the athletic budget. You can also see I'll bring you forward one more page to spreadsheet that shows budget for 2024 and the projections going forward. And I'll orient you on this page and then give you some color commentary on our discussions and where we've ended up. This assumes an increase tuition and fees of 3% for 2024. See the total revenues broken down by source and the total expenditures. If you go down toward the bottom, you can see revenues over or under expenditure. And you see a negative 5.7 million. That's our projected deficit for next year. We'll finish this year with a fund balance of 22 million. You take 5.7 out of it and we'll end next year at 16.5 million fund balance. If you go down a little further, you can see how that fund balance is broken down. The athletic fund balance currently is a surplus. It's expected to go negative next year. If you go back up to the revenues over or under expenditures, which is the deficit or surplus in the year, you'll see again the 5.7 million deficit for 2024. If you continue across columns, see a deficit the following year of 6 million, declining to 3.5 million, and then turning positive in 2027. And we talked about this in January. The impact of a small class takes a full cadetship to roll through the system. In these numbers, you see that in 2026, the fund balance, the reserve, drops to just under $7 million. In January, when we talked, we indicated that a minimum comfortable reserve balance was 11 million. Dallas and his team have done a lot of good work on these numbers. They've re-examined in detail the JEV guidelines around this fund balance, along with the actual practicality of what's needed. And they're comfortable with an $8 million number. You get below 8, starts getting uncomfortable. And this budget that we're proposing for 2024 for approval, you'll see if nothing else changes, we'll get uncomfortable in a couple of years on that fund balance. I'll comment more on that in a minute. The pressures on the budget, certainly on the revenue side, the smaller enrollment. You'll see at the top of the page, the assumptions here on the number of new cadets each year. This budget assumes 450, assumes 495 the following year, and then 550 on an ongoing basis. There's pressure on cost. There's a 7% salary increase in the budget that is an amount that is expected to be state mandated. There's a chance it could be 5, but it's expected to be 7. There's bonuses in here for staff that's also state mandated. And of course, there's inflation. We looked at a range of tuition recommendations. But very recently, we received some communications from the Youngkin administration requesting that the VMI does not exceed 3% increase in tuition and doesn't exceed a 3% increase the amount that families effectively paid in from the 21-22 calendar year. If you recall, followed the state's recommendation and had a 0% increase this past year. So our recommendation is that we again follow the state's guidance and go with a 3% increase. Again, hard work from Dallas and his team to tighten this. We met just a few weeks ago. The picture was a lot worse. They've been able to tighten the expenditures in particular and work the line items and come up with this plan that is not without pain, but gets us through this tough time, assuming we get the core size back up. We're recommending approval of this with certain caveats. The caveats, again, back to these reserve numbers. The first caveat is that in their planning and in their thinking, they get an additional $1 million of cost out over the next 3 years cycle. If we do that, then that 7 million bottoming of the fund balance is 8, where the guidelines say we should be. The second caveat is all about athletics. We talked about that earlier. We talked about how over the past 10 years, it's been difficult, but we found ways to keep the athletic budget relatively balanced, and that something's changed now that we've got to look into. If you go to that athletic fund balance line item down here right toward the bottom, you'll see that in the next 3 budget cycles, it's a $4 million deficit. And that's unsustainable and it's unacceptable. And so the caveat is we can't let that happen. From a fiscal responsibility, we just cannot let that happen. It's also troubling, and I wouldn't read too much into the outer years because the certainty around budgets when you get out that far are less, but it is troubling that this indicates that if nothing changes, even when the core strength is back to 100%, we continue to run a deficit of $1 million a year on athletic. So again, don't read too much into it, but directionally it says we have a problem that needs fixing. Gene Scott, you talk about scenario planning and looking at different cases. The team has done that. I would argue that there's some potential upside. There's also potential downside. The big uncertainty is around, and that's it comes in. This does assume very fast recovery. if we were successful in the 2025 year of getting an additional 20 cadets to 515 next year. Rough terms, 25 cadets equals a million. So that could be an upset. Conversely, if we don't hit 450 here, then we'll have a problem. And we've communicated with the team that if we do fall short on the size of the new cadet class, then at the January board meeting, when we approve adjustments to the budget, then we'll have to cut expenses to make up for that. I would argue any upside we go over have to be used to reduce the deficit. There's potential upside with state funding. That's nothing that you can ever count on. I would say that there is a hope that by meeting the governor's guidelines for affordability and accessibility for higher education the last year and then this coming year, the 0%, the 3%, that's some goodwill that we've been built up, and we should do what we can to leverage the state on that goodwill, both in terms of operating funds and in terms of some very important capital projects that we have our eyes on that hopefully we can get approval. Dallas, anything to add? Questions?
Could I mention one other potential upside, and that's retention? We've talked about that. Done a better job with retention this year than other areas to keep our folks to keep the entire side.
Right. Thank you.
I just had a couple questions because I was looking at the numbers and Alice might be able to shed some light. So when I look at first of all, let me make a comment. You talked about meeting the minimum. I would say we're in the Cortez effect now. When Cortez landed on the New World to incentivize his crew to be successful, he burned the ships. I would say we're to burn the ship in terms of, it's not if we meet, it's when we meet that number. It's not if we meet these numbers. Talk to the sales guy. What does it say? Failure is not an option. It's not open for discussion. These are the net income numbers you got to meet, or a lot of things happen the other way. So I would think everybody, and I'll say this, Mr. President, I bought 8 here. And there was 4.41, 4.2 GPA. So I've done my shit. So I'm going to put my efforts where they need to be. Well, my question though is on this 495 and these numbers, are we assuming, we talked about that in our XCOM meeting, the change in sensitivity mix relative to in outstate? How does that affect numbers if we're able to change that mix? Because when I'm looking at the mix of in-state, outstate, if I change that mix for out of state, and we get that there, I'm thinking here when I did a rough calculation, that would impact this bottom line. One. Second question, and Teddy talked about it, change the sensitivity. But who has the number on barracks utilization? What's the capacity?
1,775.
1,775. And this assumes a barracks utilization of what? And with these numbers, what is our utilization? Capacity for the barracks at these numbers, what are we looking at?
Certainly, we have all those numbers.
Okay, okay, but you know where I'm going with that. We should be recruiting and staffing to utilization. That's going to help us. And then the next thing, and I'm looking at this austerity. What happens if we take 1% or 1.2% across the budget or cut? What's the impact of that? Because you got to might have to look at doing that. What are the ramifications? How does that impact us?
Gene, I didn't mention that there are cuts
in here.
You gotta look at belt tightening.
You gotta take that, you gotta take a couple knots off that belt. It's on the board.
There are,
But that's not in this scenario.
yes, sir, it is in that scenario.
Okay, I didn't see it in the assumptions.
So it's not,
What's this? What's that?
this is in the details we briefed out yesterday with the 14 different points of all the different pieces. So it assumes a number of things relative to vacancy savings.
Okay.
So not only backfilling with essential positions, it calls for some other reductions. We've got to still come back another area, another line of reductions, but there's also, we've got other reductions we make in the overall non-capital improvement plan. We made reductions in uniform purchases we're making for the cadets.
You have a detailed assumption.
Yes, sir. We look-
Another thing I'm just interested in is we change that mix, the sensitivity on that. I'm wondering what the impact that would be.
So the impact, generally speaking, if you bring in more out-of-state cadets, that's going to be more revenue. We projected in these models an enrollment of 60% Virginia, 40% non-Virginia.
That's the working, or that's the assumption.
That's the assumptions built in this model. Those are, as those shifts and change, we get actuals, obviously that affects it. So that's the baseline conservative assumption is a 60-40 mix.
Is that that's a normal mix, right?
No, not necessarily. I remember 5 years ago was, I'm not speaking for you. I remember the 50s, 40s.
Sitting right around the 60-40 general.
Yeah. But wasn't it like close to 58, 57?
Minus percentage points.
Yeah.
60-40, 60 in-state.
60 in-state, 40 out-of-state is what's modeled. 60% Virginia, 40% non-Virginia is what's.
But our recruitment projections shift up almost a flip.
Because I was going to say, if you, I'd be interested in seeing what the sensitivity would be, what the implications of changing that sum, let me say 55, 40, and what that means, and then that can target your recruiting to change somebody. I'm just curious because I'm looking for ways to impact this, and not saying, I got a lead balloon on my foot.
Well, what you're saying is one of the options, of where you target, and I think be helpful for admissions to know is.
Yeah. Well, it has to be aligned because, you kind of gotta know what you're trying to accomplish, and then what the budget is and where you're recruiting, there's gotta be 100% alignment. That helps them to know where they're going.
It's a larger team effort, obviously, across the entire institute. Historically, we've targeted been 55-45. It's been hitting closer to 60-40. You mentioned that 58, whatever. So we just modeled conservatively 60-40. I think as we get more actuals and better detailed information and a lot of efforts in admissions financial aid piece, if that actually start to see some of those things shift that way, clearly we can start budgeting that way. But I think we built a conservative model, making assumptions that sort of shows you the full impact longer term over 6 years of what some conservative assumptions are. But not at all disagreeing, sir. There's opportunities to look at adjustments in that commensurate with what we actually do in recruiting.
I'm sorry, Ted, you're bringing this to the board with both a tuition recommendation and fee recommendation as well as a budget, but also with the caveats you talked about. This is going to be an ongoing process post this decision today, I think, to do some of the things that you've been talking about. Is that how we should all look at this? I assume.
Right.
Very much so.
We have to be honest with ourselves, our out-of-state tuition. Right. Ourselves.
Yeah, it's difficult. Absolutely.
Raising the out-of-state tuition by $1,800 from 60 to 62,000. And we're saying we need more out-of-state.
And I'm saying that we probably need to, you modeled it in, some more belt tightening. I guess you guys talked about it, but that goes without saying. You got to model in, and assume that things are going the way they're going without changing that demand curve.
Fully agree. Emphatically, fully agreed. I think if you look at those various points yesterday, we're talking no new initiatives, talking no new personnel. I mean, there's a whole host of belt tightening type of things proactively about when we look at the overall advance of the institute. We've zeroed out and made reductions in other areas, and there's still further reductions to be made, but those are all in there. But I think we tried to pull that down yesterday in the superintendent's major agenda topics, a number of areas, but your points are well taken. I agree.
Well, I'll just throw this into, I know Dallas, what y'all are dealing with is infinitely more complicated than what I'm dealing with, but from my standpoint, I'm thinking about what Major Downey, General Downey just said, is if we want to change that mix, do we look at doing something different with the out-of-state tuition? And I go to that point. Like I say, y'all, I sell crab cakes and there's no margin in it. And so I purposely inflate the price so I don't sell as much as I would on something with better margin. So is there something that we look at where we don't raise the out-of-state tuition 18, maybe even lower it, so that we can change that mix to get it where we want? Because again, that's the difference between in-state and out-of-state tuition is significantly larger. So again, even if we have to do something that on face value looks unappealing on the out-of-state tuition, if it changes the mix and generates us more revenue, then maybe that's something that.
Lester, you're right on the money. And our one of our out-of-state alums, Mr. Ernie Edgar, brought that to our attention. And we had a pretty substantial discussion about that at the AF&P committee meeting a few weeks ago. We didn't come to any conclusions, but we did flag that as something that we ought to give some creative thinking around. For example, I have a two-tiered price where for first year out-of-state cadets, the price would be lower to get them in the door, get them comfortable with what the value that they're getting here. So it's an item that needs attention. And certainly admissions and financial aid will have to have a real input into.
And there's a risk to it. Again, you do that and you still don't get the mix you want. Put yourself in a bigger hole. So
On the other side, it makes for a better coke. Does. It's a good idea.
Teddy, you alluded to, I think the discussion at the meeting actually included some feedback from financial aid, which is there's the gross cost, which is the sticker price. There's the net cost factor in some other funds. You can actually bring that gross cost down to a net cost, and that's got to be part of the equation.
Right.
That old marketing that price time quantity was total revenue. Manage that to make it effectively a bit more attractive and not should too far off, get more demand.
Two of the things that this year in the recruitment efforts that are already working towards, number one, again, that financial, how much of that financial need can be met. So Shannon has already brought to my attention, where we traditionally meet 60% of the financial need of out-of-state students, right? She's been working this year with out-of-state students to up that amount where she could and where it was feasible. And where it aligned with various different scholarship deals. So that's already something that we've already begun to do. And the other thing is, quite frankly, when we're going after kids with ROTC scholarships and you're going after them and they're out-of-state students that are being awarded these out-of-state or these ROTC scholarships, again, that meets more of the financial need. Is there anything else, Shannon?
If I can add just one more thing too. I think there's some inherent risks with the first year budget being lower, subsequent years being higher. Talk about retention. Start looking at our retention. Retention is not just social or academics, it's also budget, financial aid. So we found that out during that survey. And so you're absolutely right. Some analyses certainly should be done, but from my perspective and what I'm seeing, I think there's some inherent risks with having that smaller first year budget, then incrementally increasing tuition along with.
Teddy, you want us to, you bring in, this actually, I think is set up as a motion. Is that how you'd like?
So if you go then to page 1 and look at you can see that there is a motion that the BMI Board of Visitors approve the fiscal year 2024 BMI operating budget as shown on this next page, which includes an increase in tuition and fees that state and out-of-state cadets.
And that was approved, I believe, at your committee. So we have a motion then coming from your committee to the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, any further discussion? Again, this is a critically important decision. Thank you to you and the committee and Dallas and your team for all the work, because it's not easy to come up with this, obviously.
With the understanding, ongoing efforts to kind of relook at this and see if we can kind of change the mix with the model.
That and other things, Ted, those caveats, I think, use the word caveats, I think, Teddy, those sort of follow-on components to this, I very much part of that. Is that my fair in saying that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And on that point, Tom, I think it's important that when we communicate this, if we do more than just put the numbers out, we put the rational, the story behind it out there as well.
Bill, would that be something we'd look to you to, and Cedric to sort of about how you're going to communicate and when? Sure. Okay, you guys all in sync. Okay. It's all those additions.
Just a couple more items from the committee.
Well, can I just, let me finish off. Are we ready for a vote? I'm sorry, because we had a second, and I would just open up for further comment. Now, since we have it's been proposed, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Sorry, I didn't mean to be formal there, Ted. Now, please go ahead.
Two more items from the committee. Heard from the state auditor. We're in good shape, and we heard lots of compliments from state auditors for our team on their professionalism and their cooperation, availability state. And then heard one last time, IT review from Colonel Robinson. Thank you again. Service.
Absolutely, Wes.
That's the end of my
Pretty extensive report. Anything further from other committee members or any other members of the board? And well done to all, because it's been an awful lot of work in a time. Gene, inclusive excellence.
Yes, sir. I endeavor to be brief. I always say that, and then I'm like. Our committee met, we did not have any items for board approval or review. You go to the green tab. I'm not gonna go through everything, but just a few of the highlights. And then asking it the committee members if they have a comment. But we had a lot of conversations around where we're going with inclusive action. And I want to say at the outset a couple things. We want to make sure that we have clarity. I talked to a lot of people over the last year or so, and particularly in the last several months, and I just want to make sure that I say this publicly, that what we're doing with inclusive excellence is making sure we align with our commander-in-chief for the state and where the state's going, which we are part of the executive branch of government, and we're in alignment. We've had our plan reviewed by state, and they are in support of our direction. I want to make sure that's understood. I have conversations with people, and some are still referring for our office. We're not. We're DOI. I want to make sure that's clear, and I ask other board members when their conversations, please clarify that with me. And the other thing too is I want to make sure there's clarity around, we are not doing things that are, put the label out there, CRT related. I hear that, and I ask for specifics about it because we work very hard to make sure that we are creating this. And that is the code of cadet. We talked about that. And that's important because I think, and I'll touch base on the comments from the chief diversity officer that spoke, we're focusing on 21st century leaders, focused on making sure that we're doing things to prepare our young men and women for success when they leave here, in support of what's happening with the CLE, in support of what we saw yesterday from the professionalized work effort for what the cadet leaderships, leaders are doing. And I just wanted to make sure I publicly stated that. I don't want any misunderstanding about what our intent and what we're doing. And I ask the other board members, when you hear that, please clarify that as well. Because perceptions didn't become reality. And we've had to manage through perception that did become reality. And being on the ground, what I know our intent and what we're doing, and what I've heard from some that they thought we're doing, it's not what's happening. And I'll stop right here, Mr. President. If anybody has a different point, share that with us right now. Because we're working very hard to be in alignment with what's happening with governor's direction and with the chief diversity officer. If anybody thinks differently, please share that now so that we can make sure we clarify that within this.
So I would just point out, it's my understanding that the executive order that talks about divisive concepts that applies to K through 12.
Jesse, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
My understanding that the governor's order on, the executive order on divisive concepts applies through for K to 12 education, not higher. I don't necessarily understand why we need to.
Well, a lot of times you get what's called crossover effects. And it was applied to K-12 out of certain situations in Northern Virginia. I would say that we're not doing any of that anyway. I refer back to a gentleman that I respect that had an opportunity to give me some clarity. Wine Directs, Class 1. He probably had one of the best definitions of what CRT is and isn't that I've seen. He had no dog in the fight, he's just a smart man. And we're not doing it. Even if there was something that would apply to some university, it wouldn't be us. Well, I'll publicly state that and just say that we work very hard to do the things that are in alignment with what our focus is on focus. That having been said, I wanted to make sure that I clarified that so there's no misunderstanding, no misperception, anybody thinking that we're doing something different, because that's important.
Gene, I'll speak up. I think there's a concern. DOI, inclusive excellence at BMI, is not simply the 50 minutes of training. Cadets, right?
That's correct.
I'm very comfortable that we've got proper oversight around the cadet training. We put a subcommittee of the board committee in to focus simply on the training. I think that there's concern. I hear concern among alumni about inclusive excellence, DOI beyond the cadet training, beyond the 50 minutes. One example is that the chief diversity officer is on the executive committee of the school. Who else is on that committee? You've got the dean, you got Dallas, the commandant, the athletic director, the people responsible for a large group of employees, and the core. And you have the chief diversity officer who sits there on that committee, isn't involved in every decision made or every discussion that takes place at the executive committee level. Title IX is important. Gender issues are important. Legal is important. Oh, and the chief of staff is on there also. HR is important. DOI is important. But you don't see the Title IX officer on the executive committee. You don't see the legal head on the committee.
Well, let me just point out that I cannot serve on the committee. I'm an advisor to the committee and I do serve in that capacity.
You get the point. There's concern that the weighting that is put on DOI is beyond, it's not consistent with making it an integral part of the operations of how we run the school and the core, like we have Title IX, like we have gender issues.
Let me ask a question, because that's not, I'll leave that wheel wagon for the superintendent. My question would be, if you quantify that there's a concern, but what output has arisen that would lead to show outcome that we recommend. And if there's not, then you have concerns about organizational issues, but what have been some outcomes that would have lead to, let's say, some points of view that would support that some things that I hear concerns, what are the outcomes? And I'll give you an example. Where's the yes, sir. There was a concern that was raised to me about, what was it deemed, CRT seeping into the curriculum. Outrage about it. So when you investigate it, what I'm looking for, tangible outcomes that would lead to support or concerns. But when we investigated it, what we found that it was a perception about things that was someone's point of view, perceptually. But if I'm saying this correct, General Moreshi, that the information was factual in nature relative to what was on the syllabus, I guess, that would not lead to the outcome to support the assessment. Would that be accurate?
Fair assessment.
So what we were looking for were the tangible outcomes to support assertions. I get the concerns, but my question would be, what would be the outcome that would support the assertions that said that these concerns would happen?
You're putting me on the spot, Gene, asking me to come up with examples of where there's concrete issues that have come out of this, what I just said. Is that what you're asking?
No, don't misunderstand me. I don't want to put anyone on the spot. What I'm saying is, I'm getting pretty good at this because I'm doing this intentionally to make sure that I'm being the focal point of trying to find common ground to move this effort in a way that would be beneficial to the institute to the best of my ability to support the president.
Gene and Teddy, I think this is a good discussion because I think what's being questioned is there an appearance of overweighting to something in the whole process actually? And maybe Cedric, if we could ask you to speak to that, because I'm looking at the membership of different sort of levels of structure. And I think if I can interject a little bit.
Thank you. Because that's not something I can take.
Yeah, no, but I think if you could just how because you've got a structure and how that works and then you have the balance and the right perspectives.
Sure. So first thing to Gussie, I keep a copy of Executive Order number 1 on my screen at all times. It also defines clearly what the governor's perspective and the administration's perspective on divisive concepts is. Very clear definition. So I'm not going to go into the definition, but it's very clear. And it's also very clear that we're not in any way, shape, or form in violation of that definition. Never have been and don't intend to be. To the question asked by Mr. Watson, if we go back to the September board, when I briefed the board on organizational change of my staff, at that time, as I briefed it, I indicated we were going to be considered as a part of my team on the executive committee. That's just the senior executives that all report to me and all at times through the various different boards and bodies that have provide me advice and counsel, oftentimes through the chief of staff. So as it was presented in that brief, Dr. Love felt line of special staff, legal counsel, chief diversity officer, Title IX IG chap. She was the only member of that special staff that was brought on to the executive committee. So in essence, she has the ability as a part of that or consolidated forum to speak to and advise not only on any things that might need to be raised from that perspective, but also to make sure she brings to my attention that this might have an implication that we need to turn back to members of the special staff to address those issues. Along with her standing as executive committee are the folks that Teddy mentioned. When we have meetings with the execs, right, there's 5 that were mentioned. If I'm handed out and not uncommon, all right, you say that if everybody gets a vote, everybody gets 1 vote, right? I probably get 51% of the vote. Right? So everybody gets 1 vote. There's equal standing. When we talk about things, it's to make sure that we have the considered input of various different stakeholders. The weight of what I get from our chief diversity officer is advice. It is advice, right? Consultancy on the impact of decisions that are being relative to the overall effect that it has on the entirety of the institute from the perspective of diversity, equity, inclusion, diversity, opportunity, and inclusion. We have no problem, and that's why it will be suitable to align with the new administration, just like we had previously been given direction from the previous administration on coming up with a plan. We have no problem defining, changing the word equity to opportunity, as long as we're talking about the description of getting folks started front end with tools necessary so that they can make of this experience at BMI what they will. No description about outcomes. That's kind of the weaponized terminology. That's how we've organized ourselves. Below that, the chief manages conversations with the institute execs on a fairly frequent basis, and we organize ourselves where we have a policy committee that is largely made up of the deputies of these various different organizations, the deputies, with the exception, I believe, of Dave Gray, the executive director of the CLE. And it's made up of those folks. And that is the entity that has been under the revision, will be the first line to develop and shape policy. That policy then comes up to the execs, the executive, that is again chaired by the chief. Whereas the chief also chairs the policy committee to give them guidance and direction. They take and look at those various different policies, things about the institute, and then we collectively get together, the execs, and that's where decisions are made.
Well, you do that. Interest in inclusive excellence has been far higher for diversity versus the chaplain or IG. I don't recall ever getting an email about something that the chaplain. I think that is also something that makes it more of an interest to make sure that it is something that not only General Wins and his staff is focused on, but us as a board.
I still have separate meetings with the chaplain. I still have meetings with the separate monthly meetings with legal counsel. I still have monthly updates with IG, just like I have specifically with Lieutenant Colonel Love. But as a collective group coming together as a decision-making body, right? A tight decision-making body where the issues can be discussed. It's that group. There are others that we will bring in to brief that group or talk about a policy so the group understands the implication of the policy and they can begin to consider it and weigh in.
Well, again, it's one of these sensitive topics. And, the perception is, and we can explain it all we want to here in the table, but the perception is that DOI is more important than health and wellness, than Title IX.
I don't know the perception. I just gave you the facts.
I understand, but it's just one of those sensitive topics that, opens us up for scrutiny.
Well, a lot of that too is also characterization and outside forces on what we actually do. Like
I understand.
Which we not.
But I personally believe that it's on the same level of importance as Title IX, as health and wellness and DOI. So why not put it in that category and it fold right in?
Just the counter to that is a cabinet level position is DOI, if you look at it. So putting it on your executive committee, then why do you have the office up at the level that itself? I mean, it's a management level as to where you want to put it in. But if that position is important up at the government level, it's not like we're doing something wrong or different. It is an office.
Next one. Thank you, Mr. President. So as former chair of DOI, formerly known as DEI, I can tell you this was something new that everybody across the country had to deal with. It was something that we took direction from the governor. At that time, it was Governor Northam. As we are working with Governor Youngkin now, we did the same thing with Governor Northam. These are a lot of the recommendations that him and his administration gave us and General Wins and administration to do. So particularly, that's why that organizational chart looks the way it does with the chief diversity officer on there.
But with any,
it's like we're taking just 1 minute.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just like, we're taking direction from Governor Youngkin. We took the same, gave him the same respect with Governor Northam, and we did that. And I can tell you, I get emails often. I don't say anything. People come by my funeral home. I don't say anything. Y'all probably didn't even know that, did you? So people have a high interest in DOI and inclusive excellence for whatever it may be, and that's fine. I can agree to disagree all day long with you, whoever it may be or whoever the alumni are. I mean, that's the American way, right? That's what we do. But I can just say the amount of attention that we've had on this committee and I've served on a lot of committees, just like everybody at this board. And I've been in those meetings, just like everybody at this board. And I mean, it's remarkable. But just to clarify the fact, as former chair of this committee, it was one of the instructions from the governor, as I said, chief of here in Virginia. So just to make that very clear for everybody, I just want to make that very, very clear. That's why General Lynn and his staff did what they did. Thank you, Mr. President.
If I could we separate the two? There's the content of DOI, and I think we need to continue to be very vigilant about the content of DOI and what we're doing, how we're training, what we're learning from the very start. Lots changed actually in that. And if we could, that piece of it. Second piece is the superintendent's organizational structure. And maybe, Cedric, what this is suggesting is maybe at the next meeting, we need to kind of have you walk us through again how you're, I think we've got the pieces, but remind us how you set yourself up, why you set yourself up this way. And it's not just the two committees we're talking about, but that I remember that exhibit that showed the team actually. And I'm sure it's going to be, can't do that today because I don't think we have the time to do so, but maybe those are the two elements that we have to continue to work at, of which when we look at organizational structure, it's not about telling you what to do. It's more, are the perceptions as people see this that are frankly, we just need to be aware of. Right. So content versus structure. I'm sorry, Teddy, go ahead.
I was. You're right. I was going to add just another piece, Gene. If this is the time to raise concerns. Another concern I think is it's not so much CRT, DEI. It's more a concern that are we doing it consistent with the BMI way? Is BMI still about meritocracy? Is it still about everybody coming together? And I think that's one of the fears that some alumni have.
Take that one.
Go ahead. ass- assuming you're gonna ask me for evidence. We have some.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I was gonna actually go in a different direction and I did not mean to put you on the spot.
I know. In the January board book was at the time, the DEI office's goals. And we didn't spend any time as a group talking about it. But I found some of those goals to be inconsistent with the BMI way. And so when you're asking for disagreement, are we all together on this? I'm not, when I look at that list of goals. So and I would it be tightened up.
And you're absolutely right.
Keeping with the BMI way.
Absolutely right. And subsequent to the January meeting, we had internal discussions and Mr. President,
No, wait, this is a good, I'm not trying to.
and I did it intentionally because I want to make.
Yeah, no.
Clarity. When we leave here, no one walks away on this board
Absolutely.
feeling that we're not aligned. And I want to make sure everyone has that level of confidence and what we're doing in comfort. But to your point, you're right, there is inconsistencies and we needed to evolve our language to be consistent with what we want to have here as a part of the VMI unique method of education. And again, that part of it is, I think, was it, and I think I talked to you, President, we took down our website. So we could go through and get all of that done because we did know we have to be consistent with what we need to do with respect to where we're going with, our focus on the code of the cadet and the changes that we're evolving to, which I kind of skipped through with the case-based training. We talked about that in our subcommittee at length about that. So to answer your question, yep, we got to make sure we're consistent and to demonstrate that we're doing what we say we're doing. And we're doing it in a way that's consistent with developing 21st century.
And we're transparent.
And we're transparent with the state. And I personally tried to be as transparent and as possible. And we have a lot of work to do collectively. But to answer your question, yep, you're right. We got work to do.
So I'd like to see us all in agreement with what the goals of our DOI office are and put that out there for everyone to see.
Got it. Point noted.
If I could, because you and I come back to this often, just one last point I would make is sometimes we get a lot of noise happens and things happen regarding this. I find myself always going back to our July 8, 2021 objectives that we laid out. Those three very simple objectives. We weren't motivated by any governor, I must say. So if anybody wants credit for it, they get none. This was actually a board decision to make this a non-political discussion and set a set of goals that frankly, regardless of who's sitting in Richmond and whatever position, those goals hold fast. And I guess to the extent we get ourselves a bit off track on occasion, which happens, those goals are still ones we're all consistently applying ourselves toward, and we'll figure out how to make it happen.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to cut this short. Just so this night, the cadets elevated. We had discussed this with them. There were 4 that came in, and they talked about their training that they performed. Again, that was the last semester of the CPR method, the communications method. Finished out the year, and they just talked about their experiences for doing it. There were 2 firsts and 2 seconds. One I might note was the boxing champion. His dream was about size and months. And he won the intramurals, but at any rate, that's a side note. They were very articulate about the work that they had done and the fact that they felt that they had relationships with members of the board where they could be sought out and discussions about things that may come to mind relative to some of the things with respect to them. And we then moved on to talk about comments from around. We were fortunate enough when we spoke to Secretary Cadet back in January, when the new Chief Diversity Officer onboarded in November, I think it was, that we wanted to get him to VMI for a visit. And we were successful in doing that. The General and the Chief Diversity Officer, our Chief Diversity Officer, extended an invitation. And it just so happens when he's coming, the schedule coincided with the professional development training for faculty and staff. And if I'm not mistaken, done in Hall of Valor, and there's almost 500 people attending that. And so Mr. Martin Brown provided the training in the Hall of Valor, and he focused on, you know, leadership at VMI. I don't know, has everyone gotten a copy of that link? Okay, I'm gonna say, when I was driving here, I listened to it. I didn't watch it on my way, and I heard some of the remarks about the leadership at VMI, the mission on civility. He focused on looking for, you know, solutions versus differences, and talking about diversity of opinion and thought, and that's what, you know, makes us who we are. And, you know, he talked about, you know, their goals of putting together what they were referring to as Opportunity Virginia. I think that document for the strategy for diversity in Virginia is being reviewed by the governor. And when has been approved, that's anticipated in the May, June timeframe, we'll incorporate that into our process and procedures relative to what we're doing here at VMI in that regard. The other thing that we focused on, and I'm not going to go through this in detail. I'll just highlight the fact in your binder under the green tab is the survey results. The seconds and the thirds had their training, and I think it was, who was it? Mr. Morris indicated that you look at the results from the first and the rats, it's different because the seconds and thirds are at a different stage. But was it you said that? What were your comments on that? Was that you or?
Yeah, that was me. I said the seconds and thirds are going to call balls and strikes a little more.
Yeah.
Forthrightly than the first and the fourth. The first probably didn't fill out the survey, and the rats are just happy to be there. So, yeah.
And so what you're going to see is, for me, when I looked at these results, I think Mr. Miller indicated it, you know, lean into them. It's good data here. It tells us that the things that we're going to migrate to relative to focusing on our training, specifically things that are going to be focused on case-based training for first, that will be different from seconds, that'll be different from thirds, that'll be different from rats, is the way to go. I think Dr. Mobb said something that I wrote, and I'm going to memorialize it. Can I memorialize for this comment? She talked about making sure that what we're doing has the utility of usefulness. And that was very apropos, because now you could be happy with the trainers, but you could say the training was not very beneficial. And so what's the utility of it in terms of the usefulness of it? I think that's what, if we strive for that, then we're going to find ourselves doing, Teddy, what you talked about just a minute ago, is making sure we're doing things that are going to be in line with what our unique method of education here at VMI and developing 21st century leaders. And I tie it back into what I thought was really interesting, that the Commandant said yesterday. Fourth, focus on leaders of yourself and following. Thirds, you know, lead to influence. Second, lead within the organization. And first, exercise command. And I think that's kind of the outline, when you think about it, with how we're going to be focusing, you know, training with integrity, ethics, and you bring in executives to talk about those things in that manner. So that case-based training, in terms of how to focus on that, make sure we have the right utility going. That's meaningful. And I'm excited about that. So when you look at the results tell me that we need to really focus on the utility of what's going to be useful to our cadets. Anybody have any comments on that? Any of the members on this? I didn't go, did I miss anything about these surveys? I looked at the results. I encourage you to look at some of the comments and go through them. And for me, I walk away with saying, we're going to continue to migrate our training to more utility-based training that's going to be useful. So I encourage you to look at this, and that's how that was where that was.
Jane,
Yes, sir.
just a brief comment. I've been on the committee since it started. Oh, and I understand how some people may have felt like we had some missteps on the front end with techniques, references of you. But with your direction, I'm satisfied that that subcommittee, we have a handle on training that's going to occur for our cadets going forward. Should mirror what we're doing on post in all aspects of the life of a cadet here. So at least for that component, the training piece, I'm 100% confident that it's the right stuff. And to protect ourselves going forward and ensure, as Megan said, it has utility for the young men and women.
Thank you, sir. I'm excited about, us moving forward now.
I think we also talked about protecting our cadets. That's really been big for me. And initially, I felt like with some of the methods that we were using, that our cadets were put in a compromising position that may follow them throughout their life. We've all done something at 17 years old that we wish we hadn't, and we certainly don't want to be remembered for it. And whether it's something that sticks with them all 4 years, a stigma, or something that is even worse and follows. Megan brought up a good point, and we were talking about it, and of how back someone into the corner, and she can put more eloquent than I can, but that kind of breeds a deeper resentment. So, and one of these comments really did bother me, and was wrote. What they learned was who to avoid at school. Found out some of my peers are sexist pigs. So that's at least good to know. They wouldn't have had my back if it came down to it. And I don't like that has been exposed. And what if, what if they learned, maybe they went back and they processed something and they thought about it some more, but yet, to that person that is now the sexist pig is, forever going to have that stigma attached. And I don't like that. I'd rather have something where you have, and maybe they have the wrong mentality right now, but we teach them, and then they can go back and in private process it, not for it to be out there for everyone. And those comments to me are scary. And I just think it's really important going forward that we protect our cadets and way that, something that they've said at 18 years old doesn't stick with them throughout their life or cadetship or life.
I'll give you a glass half approach to that. I think that comment is superb. I'll tell you why. What it tells me is that someone had that point of view, and there's an opportunity for growth on both sides. And as we move forward with this case-based training, both of them are going to be leaders going forward. So in that particular case, what now you have to do is say, all right, I'm going to go into a world with misperceptions that I'm going to have to change falsely. That's got to be something I've got to work on. And then someone that had that perception of them will then, as they start learning it with the things that we're doing here and over in barracks, I got to change the way that I communicate to the person. I look at that as totally good. Those are two huge opportunities to affect two leaders going forward so they can be more effective leaders. I think that's superbly an opportunity.
Well, we can agree to disagree.
I love that because again, I'm always looking at every one of these young men and women are going to be future leaders. And if we can affect them in a way that they're going to be more effective when they get out, and they can deal with their unconscious perceived biases because they're gonna lead.
Of course, of course. But
Mike,
it might be
go ahead.
defense of their
Yeah, absolutely.
well-being.
Mike, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is really short. I know we're ending, I know in the interest, but I'm a man of faith, so I have to say this. So my pastor always told me, if you get in a room and everybody agrees, you need to get out of that room. Something's going on. All right, so we're in a church and everybody agree, y'all better hit the door, something happening. All right, so people are going to disagree. That's my whole point. And I think it's so healthy for us at VMI because I've been on the board 4 years now. When I first came on the board, this would not have happened, in my personal opinion. I don't think we would have had these conversations. I don't think we would have made these changes. I think over the years, we have grown together as a collective unit, which what VMI does to their cadets here. This is the product that you present here moving forward. That's what I love about this place. All right, that's my one comment. But the second thing is Gene is rotating off, unfortunately, and that was his last meeting as chair of DOI. And I want to thank Gene as the former chair. He took it to a whole nother level, which is why that change was made. So, Mr. Scott, thank you so much for your leadership on DOI, and it's just getting better and better and better. So thank you so much.
With that, I can't comment, sir. That can
Leave it right there.
That's it. It's subject to anyone's questions. I can't.
As we said Thursday night, all three departing members have served incredibly important leadership roles. You know, everyone, Laura, Jean, David have actually done a lot outside, actually convey messaging and help try to deal with some questions and issues out there. So thank you, Mike, for saying that, actually. And I can just broaden it too. And Gene, thank you. Absolutely. So that's the end of the report. I think I'll accept your report then.
That's it.
May I?
Sure, absolutely, Gussie.
I just want to say one thing about this whole process. It's been super fascinating to watch. The perspective of the Institute's issues 25 years ago, some of the concerns from outside folks and from the alumni community about the destruction of the Institute and you know, the spirit in barracks and as a community. I feel like, you know, from my perspective, those things didn't come to pass through the coeducation process. And I'm confident that those worst fears are not going to come to pass. So the extent I can, you know, just through personal experience, I don't know what went on in this room 25 years ago, but I know what was going on over there 25 years ago. I feel like the extent that experience can assuage some of the concern of the community, I feel like this is another thing that we can get through. Be all right.
I think you're absolutely right, Gussie. And I think there's lessons to learn from how VMI brought women in. And because I believe one thing that probably took place was there was an intense focus and a lot of raised positions and committees and so on. And over time, it became part of the fabric of VMI, and it wasn't up there, you know, involved in everything. It just becomes who we are. And I think that the decisions that have been made, the structure has been in place right for the time. I think as time marches on, it's worth re-examining whether it still is appropriate for where we are. How do we make it part of just normal operations?
And again, like I said, it's actually the third time we went through this doom and gloom exercise. We went through this doom and gloom exercise.
Absolutely. That is the goal. I mean, right, to get to, and that's why we use the code of the cadet, for example, as a basis. That it's an all-encompassing behavioral sort of concept, which we believe strongly in. So, good, David, if I could, appeals.
Yes, sir. We met late yesterday afternoon. All 6 of our members were present. Mr. O'Leary was there. All 3 superintendents representatives were there. And like it's the privilege of having 6 cadets there. And those interactions with cadets to me are the most important things that we have. We had 2 firsts and 4 seconds. Because we had the seconds there, we have just a brief review of our charter, appeals process work should it be exercised. Then we went through and had an introduction of the committee members again and the court members. It's one fact that came up was of the sitting honor court members, they have 6 siblings will be admitted to BMI in the next year, which is pretty impressive. It approved the minutes from January meeting. And then we'll summarize the cases for the year. And again, when we go in closed session, General Wentz may have more specifics about the cases, but he said it was a typical year. And I guess in a typical number of cases, 8 pre-trial. We had referrals from cadets as well as faculty. Biggest single violation was related to plagiarism that continues to be, but education is being offered to address that. Of the 8 pre-trials, 5 individuals ended up being guilty, 2 was acquitted, and 1 there was determined insufficient evidence to go forward with the case, so it didn't go forward. And again, General Wentz will give us a little more detail in his option. Probably the most informative piece of our meeting was Colonel Timmies gave an update on the implementation of the new SOP, the honor. And he said it top line, everything went very smoothly. First and foremost, they renovated and reconfigured the actual honor court facilities to accommodate the larger jury pool, things of that nature. More spaces for defense advocates and prosecutors. You may recall that the SOP allowed for pro bono lawyers in the process. Now, again, present, consult, can't speak during the trial. And he said that there were no jury pool initially gets increased from 24 to 36. The idea that gives us a little more opportunity for diversity as you go through the process. No automatic strikes anymore in the process. When the pool gets narrowed down, and this year they used a questionnaire, and it felt like the responses were more detailed and more specific by giving the opportunity for members to answer, but in private. And then at the end, we had to narrow it down to 12 folks that are going to serve. The honor corps president still has the ability to exclude or include the various jurors for the trial. And to put the kids on, the young men and young position, I said, okay, this is what your representative said about how the system. What do you think? And to a person, they said it was working really well and pleased. Each year, training is an essential part of compliance with honor codes. And just like Scott said earlier, that this class of 23 is a remarkable bunch of young men and women. So they're training this year. So defense advocates, they offered additional training. Again, 2 classifications there. Faculty, those faculty may or may not have legal background, so they get a certain kind of training. And the pro bono defense advocates, they also get training. Theirs is more about procedure, nuances of the law. The rat mask continues to get significant orientation, followed up with a quiz. And then new this year, they have oriented upperclassmen, likewise followed up with a quiz, so they know what areas they can emphasize based on the results of the quiz. And then the final area for additional training this year was the assistant prosecutor. So again, we have more consistency in how the cases proceed and are actually conducted once we get there. Oh, Cadet Mark said that January, there was a little conflict between some blue book issues and the commandant's office relating to permits. He said those have all been resolved. He worked with Colonel Bogart. Those things are all resolved. And then they've tweaked the election process for the incoming potential members of the honor corps. They have to now do a little bio, and then they put their picture in there and they distribute that to the class so that there's a little more detail and understanding of what the individuals are that are being considered for positions on the honor. And at the end of the day, what that Mark said is, we're looking for increased transparency for all how this, not just a mystique and people are just scared to death of it. That's like it was when I was here, but it's much more open to everybody. We thank the outgoing honor corps leaders, and a big and special thanks to the superintendent's representatives there, Colonel Brooke, Colonel Timmies, and Major No, just do an outstanding job and give an awful lot of time to those young men and women as they're proceeding through the cases. And several of us on the committee served on the honor corps when we were here, and we all remarked at what a aggression has occurred and how impressive these young men and women are, how sophisticated they are, and how intellectual and conversant they are. So it's really easy to recognize that with them. So again, that no, it's not controversial. President, that concludes my.
David, thank you for your 6 years of steady handling of holding the wheel down in such an important area for the Institute. Actually, it's there's a lot that goes through your committee that is incredibly important to this Institute, and maintaining things are so important. Thank you.
I'll mention about Dave's ability in running that meeting. It's the one that the cadets are in there and a part of the committee meeting all the time. And is the way he runs that, he allows for the cadets and the staff, Institute staff, to be really authentic, present, communicate, interact, and it's very healthy to see how this honor board system is working today. So Dave, thank you. Excellent.
I have a question, Mr. Miller, and I'm sorry I haven't asked you this before. I just thought of it, but I had heard concern about, and maybe you can tell me yes or no on this. When the court makes a decision and then it has to go to the superintendent's desk for final say, that period of time has been getting longer and longer. And I wish the superintendent hadn't stepped out. I guess I could ask him. Did y'all talk about that?
Anecdotally, I've heard the same thing from you. And the challenge is that when you go through the proceeding, someone's found guilty, and then it's get blessed by the superintendent. And if that goes more than a couple of 3 days, that's really an awkward position. And I've not as yet followed up with General Wins to see if the situation is or isn't there. But I anecdotally, I've heard that too.
So I might be able
Well, of answering that question. Oh,
I might be able to shed a little bit of light on that. And typically, once the verdict comes in, one of the honor corps reps, the faculty reps, will call the superintendent immediately and advise him of the verdict. Okay. Makes a preliminary call at that point,
right,
as to whether or not.
Yeah, you just, someone had concern that it was taken up to a month. I hope not. That's very.
I'm not aware.
That's the case.
Not this year.
It takes normally what, 24, 48 hours? Make the final decision.
They call the superintendent almost immediately at his quarters, because sometimes it's late at night, and get his input as to whether or not to go forward. And then the honor corps follows its process. There is an appeals process,
Sure.
Conviction, which they could then exercise at that point. But I'm not aware of any gap in time between the honor court's verdict and the superintendent then blessing it to go forward.
And then the subsequent drum out.
All pretty. Yeah, that, whether it happens that night or a couple nights later, it all depends on the logistics of the court.
Typically, the cadet leaves prior to, so they could have.
Might be helpful, but so where's that emanating from? That might lead to whether or not it's reasonable or false flag.
Right, well, you just answered. It
Yeah.
was not true.
Again, David, thank you. You, External Relations?
Thank you, Mr. President. External Relations Committee had a great meeting yesterday. All members were present. Committee, we were supported by the presence of reports given by Colonel Parker, Colonel Gibson, Major Elwood with Presidents Colonel Wyatt and Amy Getz. And we had a special guest, is Betty Skillman. I'll speak more later. We had reports from the S5, Cadet of Public that Maggie Beckman. We had report government relations from General Parker. We had on communications marketing. That's on the female alumni communication update. And we had a great report from update. If you turn to the tab in your book, the tab toward the back, you'll see a set of really great reports that were provided to us as read aheads, very thorough in all of these areas. So with highlights because we were treated to another great report from Cadet. This is another one of the committees, Scott, where we had a cadet present throughout the whole meeting. So great to have them there and refreshing to see the product of Cadet Beckman. It's a great update on what has occurred from the previous meetings today. I should say too, we approved our minutes and our charter before we began our reports. And then Beckman, Cadet Beckman, told us that the focus since our last meeting from her and assisting the admissions office with recruiting efforts. She said there's been a lot of great work. The open houses, the most recent one was back to pre-COVID levels, 160 prospective cadets here on post for an open house. Excitement that generates. Have that kind of a larger group together in barracks, feeding off of each other. And the excitement is just tremendous. And I think we've all known that the yield that we get from cadets, prospective cadets who attend those open houses.
You also pointed out that it started in the year with smaller open houses and that didn't expect it, but as the spring open houses just got larger and larger.
Yeah, good news story there. The S5 group has also assisted in other ways. They've been giving more tours on post to prospective cadets. 5 cadets have been involved with calling candidates and answering questions they may have about their application. And there have been some in-school visits. Really great report from by the way, is going to begin work in Richmond in June at Insight Global. She's going to be a recruiter. Great career. We then moved into our government relations reports. Colonel Parker had a very busy, short session at the legislature, as she pointed out. When they're short sessions, it's actually more work, but pretty good session for us. I'll give you some of the highlights. McGuire Wood Consulting provided a report, which is in this packet and it was very informative. And the people take away from that report is the turnover occurring in the legislature. As Colonel Parker said, it's really not been since 1960s where we've had this much turnover in the legislature. We've got 12 members of the Senate, fully 1/4 of the Senate turning over, hiring 31 members of the House, about 1/3 of the House turning over. We've got 14 of the 14 chairs of committees, 5 are retiring, new chairs of committees. As Colonel Parker said, it's almost like starting. Now we're going to maintain and build these new relationships, and lobbyists know it's all about those relationships. Legislators, so you can make an impact. Included in those retirements are Senator retirement, out goes our last VMI graduate. Jennifer Carroll Boy is running for the Senate. Graduate there. But I think we all need to find ways to celebrate public service to the Commonwealth entity. So Colonel Parker also gave us an update on budget negotiations. As you all may know, the legislature ended without approved a limited budget that allows the government to continue to operate. But we don't have a full budget yet. And I asked a dumb question, I guess no question, but whose ox gets forward when you don't have a complete budget? And one of the answers is higher ed. None of the higher ed budget yet approved. They probably won't be approved. Well, legislature won't reconvene to approve the final budget until past June Democrats until late. This budget approved. The higher education report on did occur in the session is in your packet as well. Interestingly, a lot of transfer of oversight and duties from the legislature to SHEV, to higher education. SHEV has a lot more actual oversight. The Hellman bill, you may recall, removes BMI from the exemption on students who get immunity from reporting sexual violence or other major offense on campus or in place. Was approved with a compromise that allows our superintendent some more flexibility, so that if a cadet does report one of these significant events, they can receive and be sent to counseling for that event, and that will not be determined an adverse consequence of coming forward and so that Hellman bill was passed with that compromise. The legislative reception occurred in February, and another smashing success due in large part to our cadets who attended and walked the halls of the legislature. Made the best impression that you can possibly make. I had a very brief local government relations report. The announcement really there, and the big news is Colonel Jeff Bubar is back on post, which is wonderful for all of us. And he's the senior director of finance and support, and he is going to take over the local government liaison relationships. We don't really have anything right now to report about the government. But it's great to have Colonel Bubar back. We then turn to the communications and marketing report provided by Colonel Wyatt. A lot of great information put out here. We had, in terms of media relations, we've had about a 8% decrease in total public comment about the or news words. So that's a downturn in terms of our overall media presence. But 88% of that presence is positive, 12% has been negative, which is an increase in our positive. So that's good. One thing I think it was mentioned earlier today that Colonel Wyatt reported on is our royalties are up here at BMI. Our branding swag, as he called it. Any of our branding material that we sell through the bookstore or offered online or is requested from other outside sources, we're going to top 100,000.
I wonder if that's a result of interest or.
I don't think it's all inflation at that rate because we're almost doubling.
Sure.
Where we've been.
So that's good.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, that could be in part because we received an update on social media, which we reported on this in January, but we now have in place 2 new hires, a new social media specialist. Who knew that there one day would be a specialist in that area, but I should tell you, my daughter does it too. So it's a very robust new area for a career. And a new videographer, both on board post and doing great things. Overall social media engagement is a little bit down, White explained something very interesting I didn't understand. There's a challenge in being ranked high on social media outcomes because algorithms that run those outcomes pay more attention to people who pay for those fees. So, and there are some state guidelines around how much we can pay to get our social media feeds higher in the response rate. Still do a really good job, just not without paying a lot of money for algorithm fees. Did I explain that correctly? Well, that's for this more detail. But anyway, still doing well. And we're going to place a even greater emphasis on our video social media, our new videographer. So that's our website content here at VMI is showing great results. Our overall landings to our admissions page is up 7%. Terrific. 19% users overall on our web page. Overall, we've had like an 83, almost 84% increase in inquiries for new prospective cadets. 20% increase of folks landing on our admissions page, with 82% of those folks completing some sort of a form showing an interest. So, our search engine optimization continues to be good. Good results here. More folks our landing page. So how that occurs if someone just Googles military, how often does that land them on the web page? More often, getting better results. SEO. We have engaged Ruffalo, Knoll, and Lovitz, RNL, help us with our digital boost campaign to assist with our admissions process. So the effort of this campaign, 1.5 million impressions. Is that the right term? We've used up 1.2 million of them. Where to go? This is yielding great results. Already had 7,000 actual clicks through that effort, which is a lot. 5,000 of them land to our application page. So phase 1 is over in that effort. Almost done with phase 2, and we're getting ready to start phase 3 right here. Been a great program. We got an update on FOIA, which we've really covered today. It's what to say about that other than it is burdening our communications and marketing director. Spends, as he said, 40% of his time. We then got a really great report from Amy Getz. Thank you for being here from alumni agencies. Alumni agencies have been partnering with us tremendously since our last meeting, but in particular, since our last meeting on our admissions efforts. So appreciated. We heard from David, we had a $100,000 support amount from the foundation board to focus on our admissions efforts. We have had some really great results from that. One of the things that we're able to see, if you're not in the Richmond area, you probably didn't see this, but this was in the March 19 edition of the foundation. Took out a full page ad that's really impressive. I'll pass that around.
4 other papers, 4 other newspapers.
What other papers?
Had that same ad.
Can you tell us how many?
Roanoke Times, Pilot, Danville paper, and Richmond Times Dispatch. Thanks.
The Alumni Association has been producing 4 Cadet videos, which I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, opportunity to see 13,000 page. Wonderful. Those vignettes, what meant to our cadets. They're just well done. A lot of good social media page views. I think 200,000 plus page views. doing the turnouts through the Alumni Association, which in the most recent alumni review, which will be mailed at home, on the very back page, there's a really, I think, well-needed, timely review of exactly how the alumni agencies work. If you aren't involved in it very closely, it can be Byzantine. You have to peel the onion back to a few layers to really understand how our three agencies operate, how they cooperate together, how they're led, and importantly, how they support the Institute and how we are separate but connected to them. We have a memorandum of understanding actually that binds us together contractually, but our foundation is totally private. Through this MOU, we support the Institute. Obviously, this is explained very nicely. Back page of alumni review. Well done, very timely. The Alumni Association also paid for and published this fabulous book, Pursuing Excellence, the Renaissance of the Advancement of the Institute under the leadership of General J.H. Benefit III, 62. This hard copy was provided but in a brilliant move, very much electronic version was pushed out to all alumni, and broader than that, I guess, all just alumni or who all got it?
All family and friends.
All families and friends. So I'm sure you all got it if you have already. Some other content, branding content that you can see, and all well done. It's much pretty. We then had a delightful and informative report, Gibson, more about our special guest. So Ms. Betty Skillman attended with us. Ms. Skillman is retiring from the VMI Museum System after 25 years of service. Came to us 25 years ago, looking for a second career life. She wanted to do some good in the community, landed at VMI happily for us. Since then, she has been an integral part of Colonel Gibson's efforts. She handles she trains the cadets to do on-post tours, which is really fantastic. And she is responsible for taking over and growing our museum store. It now generates 150,000 in revenue annually, and Ms. Skillman was largely. We feted her. Colonel Gibson gave his report, and you see at your places about this report, which is great reading, so informative and so well written. The theme of this report and Colonel Gibson's report really has been that real uptick in outside groups expressing an interest in our museum. Those that want to come and participate in the museum system. Examples include more actual cadet involvement, cadets coming to participate in opportunities at our museum. One was, which I've seen this, things they carried in World War I, artifacts, soldiers and officers in World War I were made available. Cadets are also getting more involved in internships and being at the museums in a more robust way. Locally, the Rockbridge Historical Society had a focused event on women at VMI, 25 years of women at VMI. And I thought, very interestingly, reading here, Colonel Gibson didn't report on it, but I took note that he gave a tour to members of the Corps of Cadets at Virginia Tech. They're thinking about just now starting their own museum. So I thought just a great report. Colonel Gibson reviewed some of the highlights. Of note, we have now, we're reaching pre-pandemic levels of 80,000, just about 80,000 annually to all of our museum systems. Newmarket, Jackson House, here on Post. Really just great report. Colonel Gibson, please add. What did I leave out? What are some other highlights?
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Well, other committee members, anything else that we talked about?
Well, thank you. And again, wonderful messaging, as you pointed out, multiple ways for the messaging and getting the message out on a proactive basis. So thank you. Lastly, Chuck.
President, nominating governance committee did meet this afternoon. Approved the minutes, approved the meeting. All committee members were present with the exception of General Williams. Delighted to have the board president, superintendent attended. Well, viewed as we always do the statement of governance and boards bylaws. And the committee deemed that the statement of governance remained comprehensive and appropriate for all boards operations. Board president discussed the proposed slate of officers for next year. Updated the committee assignments. Very deliberately done. And it ensures continuity of experience and expertise. We also discussed codification of at the committee level of cadet conduct, safety, and well-being, an oversight role, if you will. And that's still being thought through, and more to come on that. One of the things we do as a committee is recommend to all members of the board to look through and review their committee charters and their bylaws. And I would ask particularly the Inclusive Actions Committee to update their charter and have that ready by the September meeting. There's some changes and things that need to be codified. So if you'd have that ready for us in September, we'll review that. Most important thing on our agenda, of course, is regarding next year's officers and executive committee. We'll discuss the potential assignment in closed session, if you will, and then we'll have a vote in open session that sets that group in place for the coming year. No news on new members of the board replacing our 3 outgoing folks. All I can do is reinforce on behalf of the whole board the wonderful contributions that were made by our department. They were fantastic. So hopefully the new folks will be on board prior to September. They'll have a lot on their plate. They'll have to learn about our strategic plan. They'll have to learn about a lot of things, but we'll get them updated and get them on board and be ready to roll. President, that concludes my.
Chuck, thank you very much. Any other comments from any other members? I think that, again, we will come back to a discussion in closed session. Back in open session. Absolutely. Thank you. So, speaking of which, that we'll go to closed session in just a second. But Cedric, any final comments in open session before we move to closed session? At which time, by the way, we'll take a break. I know this is this is never in the schedule, which I apologize.
No questions. I think my hats off to the staff and the alumni agency staff, all the hard work that they've done to put in to get ready for this meeting so that we can make sure that the board fully understands the day-to-day operations, the institute, as well as the agencies and partnership and collaboration that is going on.
With that, then what I'll do is move us into closed session. At this time, it's 11:32. I entertain a motion that the board go into a closed meeting to discuss, number one, disciplinary and other matter of disclosure of information contained in the scholastic record. That's pursuant to VA Code Section 2.2-3711A2. Discipline section adult and honor court. Secondly, matters related to the employment, assignment, appointment, or performance of public officers, appointees, or employees, and evaluation of performance of departments or schools, public institutions, higher education. Section 2-3711A1 relating to review of the Board of Visitors self-evaluation, superintendent's performance review, the Board of Visitors and of special staff and the evaluation of specific departmental operation. Thirdly, consultation with the council regarding matters requiring the provision by such council pursuant to VA Code Section 2.2-3711A7, any actual or probable investigation of the institute. Fourthly, consultation with legal counsel regarding requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel.
We're listening.
Yeah, okay.
Keep going.
Keep the noise down a little bit, please. Hey. keep the noise down, please. We're still online.
It's him.
It doesn't matter. I'll do number 4 again then, please. Consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to VA Code Section 2.23711A2. And 5th, provision or consideration relating to proposed gifts pursuant to VA Code Section 2.23711A9. Now I'll need a motion from a board member in a second, please. So moved. Second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We're now in closed.
Al Erickson just took.
Here we go.
Okay, we're about to conclude our closed session. I'll ask for a motion to enter the open session.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We are now in open session. The closed session has ended and the board is now in open session. It is now 2:08. During its closed meeting, the board discussed only matter lawfully open requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and only those public business matters identified in the motion convening the board in closed session. And I'll ask for a motion to certify the closed meeting.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Do a roll call vote, I believe. We'll go around the table. Tom Watson, yes?
Hugh Fain, aye.
Gene Scott, aye.
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 John Adams, aye.
David Miller, aye.
Mike Hamler, aye.
Teddy Godwald, aye.
Scott Marsh, aye.
Tony Garcia, aye.
Ernie Edgar, aye.
Chambers, aye.
Good. It confirms that we are now in open session. Thank you all. We did make we did bring one issue to vote here in the open session. And I'll ask the nominations committee chair to bring that motion forward, please.
Mr. President, I would like to make the motion that the Board of Visitors approve the recommended 2023-2024 Board of Visitors officers and the executive committee we discussed in closed session, that it be made a part of the minutes of this meeting.
I think I can have a motion to approve.
So moved.
For a second.
Second.
Thanks very much. Any discussion or comments? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any other business that we should take up?
Any issue with reading the list so people don't have to wait around till minutes?
No, we could do that.
Officers list.
Officers list.
Saw it.
Well, he's saying public.
Now that we're in public session, just saying who the officer.
Yeah, okay.
President. Watson. Members of the committee. Hugh Fain. Chuck Dunn. Betsy Lord. Teddy Godwald.
That's it.
And just to we'll repeat the committee chairs for the upcoming year would be remain Gussie Lord as academic affairs. Damon Johnson will be taking over as academic athletics committee.
Wait.
I'm sorry, Damon Williams. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little tired of this, Damon. I'm sorry. Cadet and military affairs, that will continue to be Scott Marsh. Diversity, Opportunity and Inclusion Committee will be Lester Johnson. Audit, Finance and Planning will continue to be Teddy Gottwald. External Relations will continue to be Hugh Fain. Nominating and Governance will continue to be General Dominate. And the Appeals Committee will be John Adams. So that completes the slate of both Executive Committee as well as committee chairs.
Great.
Right.
When we get new board members, their
Yes, that's right.
capabilities will be reviewed and they'll be placed logically in the committees that make sense.
So we await those, and I think they fit very nicely into the committee assignments. Anything else? I will take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Or a second. Any resounding, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you all very much.